Good day, everyone. How's everyone doing today? Autumn __, you were so close. So close. Like, I literally watched the chats, like, one, and then, like, literally 0.2 seconds later, your chat popped up, and I was like, but Control's got a point. If you want to be first, you gotta make it short and sweet.
Cameron Reap 2 says, my mantra for you today is to work on your project. Also, fun fact of the day, wombats poop cubes, so they can mark territory. Don't know the lyrics to Albergue, so no sing-alongs for you tonight. Other than that, I think I've covered Axel's usual bits.
That's true. That's true. You do have it covered. But, we're going back to the whole, wombat thing. Hold up. Hold up. Huh. Well, there you go. Wombats poop cubes. Disgusting, but interesting. Wonder if that's something you can learn how to do. I don't know. Anyway, well, let's see. Oh, we're gonna snooze that. So, quick update, quick something. I don't know. Informational update for people over on Twitch. So some information was shared with me about ads on Twitch. Basically, I guess, like, statistically, it's harder to, like, build an audience with pre-roll ads versus ads just running during the stream. So, I would like to apologize, but on the bright side, there's no longer pre-roll ads, but I have turned ads back on to run as little as possible to get rid of pre-roll ads during the stream. So, if you're over on Twitch, and if you either don't have, like, if you're not a sub, or if you're not subbed, not that if you are a sub, if you're not subbed, or have something like that, I don't know if ad blockers work. If they do, maybe get an ad blocker, but anyway, so I had noticed that I was not getting as many new people, and I was like, what the crap? And then it's like, well, yeah, because most people click away if there's a pre-roll ad, so I'm like, it's a good point, it's a good point. Yeah, so the reason why I brought that up is because I just got a pop-up, and it was like, it's gonna play an ad in 5 minutes, and so I was like, postpone, or whatever the button was, skip. So anyway, so I'm gonna try and pay as close attention to that as possible, so that when there are ads, I will not be, you know, talking about anything too important. Hopefully. We'll see. We'll see how accurate it is. We'll see what happens. But anyway, just wanted to let you know. So at least there's no pre-roll ads anymore. But anyway, yes, Cameron, you bring up a good point, and we are definitely going to be doing as much work as possible today, because I'm just like, yeah, we're gonna try and get through as much as possible. So that is the plan. Wombat's been playing too much Minecraft. It's true. It's true. Bringing pooping in cubes. Anyway, statistics. Yeah. I threw the word in just to make it sound like I was I don't know, paying attention to important stuff. Really, it's just selfish reasons. I'm like, well, if it's just kind of proven that if you have pre-roll ads on, you just tend to get less viewers, then I guess we'll try switching it, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Anyway, so hopefully it won't be too bad. I hope. I'm not trying to make it bad. We'll just put that. We'll just put that out there. Let's see. Cameron says, I might prime sub you this month. Ooh, I'd appreciate it if you did. You don't have to, but I would appreciate it if you did. And DV's Oatmeal has Turbo. Well, see, there you go. You'll skip them all. I've thought about maybe getting Turbo for myself. I was gambling another stream and waiting for my payouts, which I got. Very nice. Let's see. Nico. Haro. Welcome. Glad you're here. How's your evening going? Loki says, that's an interesting dare. Wait, who dared what? The Prime sub? I know, it's a pretty interesting dare, I must say. Let's see, Lucky Autumn __ says, hello to Nico. That would be a good boss. How y'all doing? Why are you yelling? I'm excited. That's true. It's an exciting time to be here. Yeah. All right, so let's jump into it. We've got all sorts of stuff we got to try and get done tonight. It's the last stream of the week, so let's see how much we can get through. Without getting too distracted. Oh no.
Unconic just redeemed stretch.
We're off to a good start, Nico. All right, here we go. Ready for a stretch, and then we're going to be jumping into it. Always good to start off with a stretch. Everybody knows that. And then here we go backwards. Oh boy. Oh, that feels good. Whew. All right. Look says, no, you said you will focus on doing things. I said it might be a good dare to not do things. No. Do not be daring me to not do things, because everyone knows that I will do things. Dare or no dare. All right, here we go. So, what have we gotten done and through this week? That is a great question. I'm glad you asked it. You are very astute. So, what we've gotten done this week so far. Let's see, some of this was from last week. Don't open an exit door on mini boss death. We got that. Don't let mini boss drop dice. I think that was last week. Hide text when clicking button. No longer a door. Just okay. Yeah. No longer a door. Just the magical wall sigil. The mini boss no longer blocks it, but you do collect the 5 dice. Okay, we got that done. We got the re-rolls done. I don't know why I cannot say re-rolls unless I stop and think about it. Make the cancel button work. Make success state. So we have the success state. Actually, yeah, no, we did get that working. That is what we got finished working last time. So if you remember, I didn't. So if you remember, good on you. We got it to the point where if you find the exit, once you've already gone through the dungeon and you have collected all of the D6s that you'll need. Crap, which room was it again? 16. Yeah, so once you've collected all the D6s you'll need, examine the symbol, you'll have all the D6s here. So as you collect them, more will show up here. So if you find the exit and you don't have all the D6s, it will only show as many as you've collected. And so you won't be able to possibly fill it in because you need at least 5. But yeah, so once you get it all filled in, so we got you. Oh, what else we need? We need a 6. We need, wow, there's a lot of 5s we have. So we need 3, 3, and a 2. Cool. There's a 3. Why so many 5s? Oh my gosh. There we go. Well, there's a 2. It's all right. It's all right. We'll come down here. We'll just give ourselves a few more rolls. There we go. Perfect. Opens up the portal. Cool. And then if you want to go through, you can. If not, then you can keep going through, exploring parts of the dungeon, yada, yada, yada. And then you can come over here and you're ready to go. You just go through the portal. And it is extremely janky, but you go through the portal and then it takes you to the next level and you can start. And yeah, now you're on floor 2. Oh, you can't see that. Ooh. Now you're on floor 2. So yeah, there we go. All right, so we got that working. Janky is all crap, but it's working. Oh, let's see here. Oh, wait. Autumn__ says, day 1984 of asking for modding for 25k mana. Just keep saving up and maybe we'll, maybe I'll add that eventually. I'm just confused why you want to mod so much. I mean, we'll see what happens. Just keep asking. Maybe when we get to like day 2500. It's gonna happen one of these days. Loki says, I mean, I literally paid a friend to not talk for 5 minutes on stream. It's fair. It's fair. I should add that. I should add a do not respond to chats for 5 minutes. It would help me focus, that's for sure. Odd__ says, Moonman, I have not had much time for art, but I still want to, and I'm planning to. No worries at all. You're totally fine. It's going to be a slow process that we'll, eventually get to. And if during that process you're ever like, then that's totally fine. No worries at all. No worries at all. Camera says, is a success state Texas? I would say so. Someone says, Turbo's honestly worth it if you watch a lot of streamers with ads. It also pays streamers. I have noticed that. You're actually probably the one that I see that I'm getting the Turbo payout for. It's not too much, but it's a little bit. I think it's like 20 cents or something like that. So, when an ad shows, it counts you as one of the people watching the ad when one shows. But you don't have to sit through it, which is very nice. Cameron says, as of this message, the ad triggered. Oh! All right. Yeah, it doesn't give me any kind of notification. That is really... Okay, there we go. Pre-roll off for the next 28 minutes. I don't really know what that means. I don't know if that means that, like, in 28 minutes, it's going to play the next one. And I don't know how long it plays them for. But we'll see. We will see. Thank you for the FYI. I appreciate it. Odd__ says, I'm just thinking modding would be fun and a nice thing to put on my resume. I mean, that's true. Maybe. Luke says, oh no, it was no talking period. They were not allowed to speak at all, and they were playing a co-op. Oh, that's even worse. Because with me talking, it's literally just, I'm just saying things to the camera and or responding to someone. So if it's no talking during a co-op game, even worse. I'd redeem that every stream. All right. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Control still says first next to your name, Autumn. You got me there. That's true. Yeah, Autumn__ does have first. So. And Jesse says, Autumn wants to mod to get them sweet stream boo bribes. I knew it! You were going to finally accept those and you were going to be like, yes, please. Please bring in the bots. And you'll get your little payout from them. But you're in on it. Okay. So, that is what we've gotten done today. This week. What we need to get done today is making the fail state. And I'm still not 100% sure if it's going to be, it pulls up a trap you need to get out of, or if it should spawn a monster. I'm kind of thinking a trap. Spring's a trap. Ooh, or I have a better idea. No trap, no monster. The portal moves. Goes to a different spot of the dungeon. And you have to go find it. What are we thinking? All right. Let's put it to a vote. So yeah, so just in chat, whichever one you feel like would be best. Trap, monster, or respawn. Like respawn as in terms of the portal respawning. So just going somewhere else in the dungeon. Or I guess option number 4, death. That is also an option. So all right. So monster, trap, respawn, or death. Yeah. Possibly any possibility of any of the 3. Okay, all right. Just kind of shuffle through any of those. Do something like that. 3. Can't remember which one was 3. So let's see. What did I say? It was trap. Wait. Respawn, trap, monster, or was it monster, respawn, trap? Or was it trap, monster, respawn? If you were a mod, you could make a poll. That is true. That is true. All right. There you go. You are now a mod. Auto__. You have worn me down. You have gotten me to the point where I will say yes. All right, I'm Auto__. Make me a poll. But I do feel like Control is onto something here. Having all 3. Because here's the thing. I know that I sounded very... Oh my goodness, what do we got here? Bard the Elder says, hi people. Hello, welcome to the stream. Glad you're here. I can see you are a first-time chatter, so welcome. We're just chatting about a few options potentially for failing a part in our game. So if you want to take part, I can kind of catch you up really quick. If you want to take part in the poll we're setting up here. So really quick, just in case, because it says you're a first-time chatter, so I'm assuming you're new here. So if that's the case, if you are new here, we are making so just really quick recap, we're making a dungeon crawling roguelike RPG where you are just going through.
Thanks for the follow, Blazer Gaming 1414.
Thank you, Blaze Gaming. I appreciate. I'm sorry, Blaze Gaming 1414. Thank you. I appreciate the follow. But yeah, so dungeon crawling roguelike RPG where the combat is Blackjack, and you collect these magical dice through the dungeon to build up your spells. Yeah, that's basically a very, very, very quick recap of what the game is. So what we're working on right now, though, is the way to get from one floor to the next. So basically, we have like a magical sigil portal thing that is randomly placed throughout the dungeon, and you have to go find it. So we're gonna go find that right now. So once you finally find it, you open it up by playing basically just a game of Yahtzee, essentially. So we'll click on it, it pulls up the symbol, you play Yahtzee, you gotta put in the correct dice into the slots. So I'll just do that really quick. A reroll. Nothing. Yep, there's a 2, and we need a 1. There we go. So once you get all the dice in, bada bing, it opens up a portal, and then when you go through, yep, you can go through, takes you to the next floor. But we're making the fail state, so if you do not get it, if you run out of rerolls, we're trying to decide what's going to happen. And basically, we're kind of down to having a monster spawn behind you that you have to fight, having some kind of trap go off, so like spikes come up from the floor or whatever that might be, or having the portal teleport somewhere else throughout the dungeon. You have to go find it then. So something like that we could try and do. So just trying to figure out what one might be best. I'm feeling like maybe, as much as in the moment when I thought about it, having the whole portal spawn somewhere else in the dungeon, as much as I was like, ooh, like that could be kind of fun, I'm almost like it could be almost more annoying than having a trap or a monster spawn, because you're gonna have no idea where it went. And if you've already explored like almost the entire dungeon, you're now backtracking through the dungeon you've already explored, searching these rooms you've probably already looted, and you already have explored the whole map, and so you have no idea where you're supposed to be going. Right, so if I just hide the chats really quick here, 2 seconds, there we go. So as you can see, we got the map up here, and as you're going through, it reveals the map as you're going through, which is great. But if you've already explored the whole thing, and then you fail the teleporter, and then it just goes somewhere randomly in one of these rooms, you have no idea, then you're just like, how the freak am I gonna find it? Because you're like, and then you're like, did I go through this room already? Have I not gone through this room? So maybe we don't do that. So maybe we do just stick with monster or trap. Or it just cycles between both of them. It just randomly picks one. Maybe it's a monster this time, maybe it's a trap. I don't know, we'll see. We will see. All right here, what have I missed? Oh boy. Oh no. Oh hey, look at that. I see that the poll ended. I didn't even see the poll start. That's a good time. All right, Loki's saying this is autumn, apparently. Oh no. Whoop, whoop. All right, let's unfull screen this. And let's pause that. And let's pull this up.
I'm wearing you down, baby. I'm wearing you down.
It was a little quiet, but I'm wearing you down is what was said. Loki, I feel like you've got some kind of clip for everything. I love it. I love it. All right. So, yeah, I see the results of the poll. There we go. Wait. What should failing the check do? Now I see it. Deal damage, spawn monster, spawn trap, teleport portal, die. I think I have a feeling I know who voted for die. All right. Oh, let's see here. Roll a d20. Yeah, we could also just have it roll. Roll like a dex saving throw, maybe. We create a pull. Swag just as dinner finished. Nice. Dinner watching game dev. There you go. There you go. It's not a bad way to go. Also, how you doing, Mutation Ivory? Working on it. Autumn, how's it going? Fire the Elder says, just been watching for the last 10 minutes or so. Game looks fun. Random portal fail would make for an exciting interaction and not guessable. Yeah, true. And yeah, I almost kind of am leaning more toward just kind of just shuffling through any of those options potentially. Yeah. Because yeah, that way you have no idea what it's going to be. Like, you're either going to be fighting a monster next, you're going to be avoiding a trap, or, you know, anything else that we could potentially do in the future. Plus with the puzzles for the traps, there's going to be who knows how many at this point. Right now we have 2, but there are going to be they're just like little mini games you play. And so even if it's a trap, it's going to be like a different puzzle every single time. So it should be, you know, it should be a little bit of a gamble on what it's going to be. And let's see, Pharaoh Inkling with the twerking chickens. Always love it. Mutation Ivory says, monster spawn or randomly teleport the player away into a room of the dungeon. Ooh. Teleport the player. That could be a fun way to go. Yeah, instead of the... okay, actually, yeah. Because that way you still would know... Oh, wait, I'm so sorry. I forgot to turn the chats back on. That way you would still know where to go to get back to the teleporter. You just have to then get through the dungeon again. Huh. I do like that idea. That is a really fun idea. I don't know why I didn't think of that. I don't know why I didn't think of that one. Okay, yeah, we might go that direction, actually. Or we'll add that into the cycle. I think that might be a good one to add into the cycle. Let's see here. Let me do this really quick. Plug its thing in. Okay, there we go. There we go. I usually have a thing up so I can like be monitoring the stream to make sure like the quality's all right and all that fun stuff. I forgot to turn it on, so I was like, I don't know. Oh no. It looks like 4 votes for dying if you fail. All right, well, that's good. The people have spoken. All right, you will die. You will die if you fail. Or maybe do kind of like the death saving throws, like in D&D, where you have to roll 3 d20s in a row, and you have to get above a 10, and if you don't, then you die. Do that too. Oh man. All right, here. Does the player have access to the map? Yes, the player will have access to the map. So it reveals the map as you go through the dungeon. So you don't have access to the full map at first, but you will have access to it as you're going through and exploring the rooms. It just it graphs out the map for you, that kind of a thing. So let's see, Mutation Ivory. I'm just blind and real though. I like multiple answers. Yeah, and that's where I'm kind of thinking, kind of like what Control was saying, is I do feel like probably going with it just randomizes through those few options. I think would be a good time. Right, the Elder says, alternative additional idea, getting them to play Yahtzee again with different stats, less dice, less turns, until it's impossible, and then do whatever choice. You do that as well. Yeah. I mean, you kind of are playing it, not necessarily like playing it multiple times, but you do have like the reroll options. So like you kind of have that, sort of, kind of. Yeah, we could like reduce some kind of stat or something about it, so that like make it just a little bit harder, but you still have like one more chance, one more shot, you know, go that way. Imagine hardcore mode with the die option. That would suck. You fail Yahtzee, and so you just die on your hardcore character. I'd be pissed. I think the problem with always having a trap is that you'd expect it, but if it was any of them, then it'd be much harder to guess. True. I don't know that people have spoken. You die in the game, you die in real life. There we go. We also need to do that. Just be like, that's the ultimate hardcore mode. Character dies in the game. That's it. And we call in a SWAT team. Dark Souls of Yahtzee. Mutation Ivory says, I wouldn't nerf it. Every failing harder per failure may lead to save scumming. That's a good point. It's a good point. Don't really want to have that happen. Grand minimum if you do trap or monster to the possibility. Oh wait, yeah. Sorry, I read that one. I do think it being a rare option would be funny though. Just like the rarest, like 1 in every 100 times you fail, you just die. Be back in a bit. No worries, Jesse. I also know that was a little bit ago, so, you know. No saves equals no save scumming. just make it like those like old NES games where there's just no save state. You have to beat the whole game in one sitting, or else you just lose all your progress. And you hope that the power doesn't go out. Terrible stuff. Cameron says, is voting going to be another Twitch only thing? I think that's a good thing. Save scumming is their issue. Not necessarily a Twitch only thing. It's just the polls only work on Twitch, unfortunately. Actually, I mean, I do have a poll that I can do on YouTube, but I think it's just control over there right now. So, our YouTube audience, the majority have not come in yet. So, as long as we hear from control, I think we're good, because I think Jesse had to run really quick. Dejan Avery says you could do a Discord poll too, right? That's true. That's true. We could have done a poll in Discord. Oh well. Troll says, although what I meant was no manual saving. Stardew did it all right. I rarely want to reset the day. That's true. And chances are we probably won't actually have manual saving. We will have probably a decent amount of auto saving, but it'll probably save like as you are like entering the tomb, right? Or like right before you enter the tomb, you have the chance to save the game. Or you can only save when you're in the town, that kind of a thing. So like you're not going to be able to save whenever you want. Like it'll probably be auto saving, and it'll just be like when you finish the floor or something like that. Is the plan anyway. Let's see. Autumn__ says, oh, I can go over to YouTube if you want to mod there. Either way, I mean, again, you know, we've got control, so control as long as you keep it under control. I think we should be good. Right, the other says, you could cut down the save scumming by using game currency / gems as cost for each save. Could do that. So, okay. So have like manual saving options, but you have to like, there's like some kind of cost to it. Do that. You're like, you can do it. You just don't want to do it too much. Just for when polls are being done and stuff. That's true. That's true. I cast my vote with smoke signals. Yeah. It's good old smoke signals. That's how you know a vote is legit. Use carrier pigeons. Like the ink roll function of Resident Evil. Not bad. Not bad at all. Manual in town, auto per floor sounds pretty dang fair. Yeah, and that's what I was thinking, was like, if you're in town, you can save whenever you want. But then it's when you're going into the dungeon itself, at like the start of each floor, it would save. So if you died, you'd go back to the beginning, but like, you're not going to lose all your progress, just, well, actually, no, sorry, I was lying. If you die, you don't get a game over and go back to your save state. If you die in the dungeon, you lose your entire inventory. You keep your stats, you keep your experience, but you go back to the town. Basically, think in terms of like an extraction shooter kind of game where it's like you go in with like, you know, whatever, but then if you die, you lose everything you had in there. And then basically the lore that I've kind of thought up is there is a person in the town who is able to like heal you, and so you know you will do something for him, and he'll or he wants something in the dungeon, and so he's like, hey, like if you go in there, like I will make sure that like you don't die, like you know, you're not gonna be. It's not gonna be fun. You will die, but I'll get you back to town. I'll bring you back to life. I'll heal you up, and you'll be good to go. So that kind of a thing where it's like you're not necessarily losing. You're not getting a game over, but you are having to go back to town, and you've lost everything like that you've collected. So that's kind of the idea behind it. Cameron says, white is a win for the player, black means nope. In what regard? I don't know what you're talking about. Like for dice? Or the other says, yeah, so you can have save slots, but your I don't know what that word is. But yes, exactly. Mutation Ivory says, question, will the player always face north, or will you make it so they can turn? Probably... You'll probably just always face north. And just because I don't know if there would necessarily be any kind of... As far as like the design of the game in its current state, I don't see any benefit to allowing the player to like turn, you know? Because like, I mean, literally, you're looking at the room you're in, right? And so like, this is what you see, this is what there is, and so it's like, yeah, we could make it so you could turn. The thing is, like, I'm not sure how I would animate, like, because I'd have to animate it in some way, which I would basically just have to like animate every frame of it, like turning the room. But we'd also have to take into account, you would have to animate all of that, considering are there doors in the room, and like which side are the doors on? Are there decorations in the room? Because like, again, this is just it's just a 2D image. Like there's nothing, it's not 3D in any way, shape, or form or capacity. So yeah, so probably always facing north is the idea. It's probably where we're gonna go. Maybe in future games we might, you know, do something a little bit more, if we can figure it out, something a little bit more classic dungeon crawler where you can turn your character and look around. For now, this is probably where it's going to be. You're just facing north, and yeah. Trill says, I've been playing with the idea of saving being a currency. I think that'd be a really fun way to go. Or some kind of like item that you have to purchase, some kind of like magical item where it's like, oh, it'll save your a state of yourself that you can be like recalled or something. Let's see. Okay, that sounds like a good system for this game type. Turning is so much more art and position variables. Yeah, and that's kind of the issue, is like not only would I have to take into account which direction is the player facing, but yeah, also like I would have to animate the actual transition from like facing this way to like turning this way. And so like, you know, it would be a lot. It would be a lot. And so that's why I kind of just have like this very simple, like just the arrow transition showing you the direction that you're going, like really nothing that fancy, just because it was so much easier to do that. So, and that was the way I was going, was simplicity. And it's kind of turned into this madness. So, you know, it just happens like that, unfortunately. Cameron says, yep, like for the dice. Oh, okay. All right. That makes more sense. Barrington says, animation is the enemy of progress. The number of projects I have abandoned when I tried animating. Yeah. I honestly, I almost abandoned this project a few times when I was having to redesign everything in the room because it just was not working. I had to redesign it like 20 times. I'm just like, you know what? Maybe this isn't quite right.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits.
Oh my goodness.
I have cleared my schedule. I have all night to do whatever I want. And I am off tomorrow. I am now unstoppable.
Well, there we go. Well, welcome back. Glad you're back. Let's see. Mutation Ivory says, I was assuming just a black blink as the room image changed, but fair. Yeah, and like, we could... I don't know. I would just like want... yeah. I don't know. We'll figure it out. If there becomes any need for needing to like rotate and like look in a different direction, gameplay mechanic wise, we might, but for now, I think just the way that like the game is set up, just facing north, I think should work. We'll see. We will see. Only benefit I can think of is letting a player get turned around. Yeah, I mean, that's true. That's true. But then you've got the maps, like, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. If they're, yeah, again, like if they're comes a time to add a mechanic like that, we could look into seeing how it, I'm sure it'd be possible. I'm sure I could find some way to skirt around most of the animations and get it working. Like, we'd probably only need like 2 or 3 frames of animation. Like, you wouldn't need much, but then you have to take into account all of the different possibilities of like, where are the doors, the decorations, and all that fun stuff. So, yeah, no. Very fun trying to animate just a 2D image to make it look like you're looking at some type of 3-dimensional room. It's a good time. Devious Someone says, I'm more of a fan of Shovel Knight system where it gives you checkpoints you can destroy for a benefit. Could use that for saving, destroy a save spot for a benefit. Okay. Could do that as well. Yeah, destroy a save point for like a higher value dice or something like that. Be a good way to go. Get like a 5 or a 6 instead of a 1 or a 2. Axel says you were a mod before me. Yeah, basically. Autumn __ wore me down. Mutation Ever says, honestly, I did like Shovel Knights, but it is more build for a platformer skill heavy game in my opinion. Well, that's true, but mostly just for like the save points type thing. So that there'd be like 1 save point per floor where you could, go back to it and save whatever progress you had up to a point. But you could also like destroy it, get some kind of benefit. So, one way or another. I already lost my special badge. That just hurts now. Wait, what? Where'd your badge go? I don't think that's me. I don't think I took that from you. I swear I did not take that. Roles manager. Yeah, it still shows you as an artist. You may have to like manually show it, maybe? You may have hidden it. Maybe. Mod badge takes it. IIRC. I don't know what that one means. But, so Axel used to have a, should still have a, artist badge for doing the music for the Lemonade game. Oh, let's see here. Yeah, so you should still have it, Axel. You should still. Autumn __ says, I'm patiently awaiting Stream Boo to ban them and prove my worth. Where is he? Let's see. Are you okay? Bard the Elder says, that does sound good. Could even have the benefit of manually selecting a die face. That's true. Do you get to actually pick what you get? That could be a good time. And ad break. If I recall correctly. Oh. Okay, that makes more sense. Do we need acronyms for everything? It makes old people like me get out of the loop way too fast. All right, so let's get these fail states in place. How are we gonna do it? So over here, I think we already have it kind of set up. We come down to here, we've got cancel, reroll, it's locking the dice. The Elder says, to be honest, in my honest opinion, something, I don't know, laugh out loud. I got most of those. I don't know what that second O is, though. Cameron says, seems to be 1 10-second ad for me for now. Okay, well, that's good. Second O was a typo. Oh, okay. I was like, I'm pretty sure that's in my honest opinion, but I was like, I don't know what that second O would be. There we go. See, I get some acronyms, just not all of them. Well, that's good. That's good that it wasn't too long of ads. Hopefully it stays that way. I think it should. I think it's only supposed to play like, I don't remember what it was. I think it was like only like a minute of ads per hour or something like that. So it's supposed to be like very minimal. Should be. All right. And Control says also, it's either that or I type, if I remember correctly, 20 times a day. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. All right, so here we go. Let us focus like I was dared to near the beginning of the stream. It's gonna be good. Wait a minute. right now things IRC chat from the olden days. This chat is an IRC chat, but no one uses that anymore. That's because that was the olden days. This is the modern days now. I could have sworn I had it labeled as win/loss. Is it in here? The simple, exit symbol, exit symbol. There we go. You win. Does all this stuff. Yada, yada, yada. So it should be a you lose thing.
Cameron Reap 2 just redeemed stretch.
Oh boy, is everyone ready for a stretch? I know that I am. We're gonna go to the left this time first. Nope, to the right. And then to the left. And behind. Oh my gosh. Oh, when you're old, stretching backwards hurts, but it hurts so good. I have 420 mana now. You still got a few. Wait, what do you got? Well, holy smokes, that is a huge comic. Who do you think I am, Autumn __, to be reading this huge comic? I thought the H in IMHO was humble, but BuzzFeed ran a poll and honest won. Wait, yeah, I always thought it was honest, in my honest opinion. That can't be true. Their readers are messing with us. Are you sure? I always used it. I always used it to mean honest. It was definitely humble in the 1990s. Maybe people who picked it up after the rise of TBH in 2011 interpreted it to be honest and use it that way. I can't get over this thing. What other opinions do you have? The G in GIF, silent. The S in SMDH, wait, SMDH. Wait, nobody tell me. Someday, my dairy hardened. Nailed it. Swallowing. The G and OMG? Giantess or genitals? The dress, black and white. Is the database language SQL or SQL? Oh, SQL. It's SQL, just in case you're wondering. I've always said squill. Okay, all right. Okay, the big one. How many spaces after a period? None. I use tabs. OMG. Mine too. That hurts my soul. I don't want to read that anymore. I'm out of here.
Axel _Benedict cheered 5 bits. Since I already missed it, here's a quick couple fun facts about octopi. They have 3 hearts and 9 brains, and are technically both genders. There's one brain that's just a brain, 2 brains to focus on breathing, a brain in its head, and each tentacle. As for both genders, one of its tentacles is used to fight with other octopi in a jousting match to impregnate other octopi.
I'm so glad I'm not an octopus. It just sounds exhausting. Cameron says, I did, and I'm 23. You little youngin'. And Bard the Elder says, old. Axel says, sorry, I meant hearts, not brains in that first bit. Either way, that's a lot of brains. And, yeah, tired, I get that. I gave it annual fact, no one missed no one. Be right back. See, I get that one, BRB. All right. It's squeal. I don't know. All right, that one I know you're wrong about, control. It is not squeal. Clue, the elder. All right, fair enough. All right, but here's the thing. All right, you don't have to get specific. Now, when you say that the clue is the elder, how elder are we talking about here? 90s? 80s? 70s? Again, don't have to get specific, but all right. That's not that, Elder. But we will respect you like you are. Let's see. I think, Loki, that means you are no longer the Elder of the group. You are relieved of duty. It is when my old man died at 58, and his dad too. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, let's see. I'm trying to remember when I was having this thought. I mean, this was a while ago. So I'm like in my mid 30s, and I was thinking about it. This was a couple years ago, but I was like, okay, my dad died when he was 60, 50. Now I can't remember. Now I feel horrible. Late 50s. And I was thinking to myself, this was a few years ago, and I was just like, if I meet the same demise at the same point in time in my life, I am more than halfway through my life. And I was like, gotta spend my time wisely. And so I'm here making video games. So average age for a bard. It's fair. Cameron says, there are plenty of bards in their 20s, but many die after. But they lived a good life, and that's what matters. All right, so the lose state is, or the win state. The win state is right here. You win, cool. So where are we gonna put the lose state? We are gonna put the lose state when you run out of rerolls. How are we gonna factor that though? Because we can't have it just trigger a lose state when you've rolled for the last time, because you would still potentially have the chance to like use your dice. We could do a check. We could do a check for the remaining slots versus what you've rolled. Yeah, we could do something like that. We could do that. Control says it absolutely is squeal. All right, fine. All right, fine. I'm not gonna fight you. And also says, I don't know, man. They say only the good die young. Maybe we shouldn't trust them, old folks. I have heard on good authority that only the good die young. Yes, that is true. Whole song about it. So it's got to be good authority. Axel says, well, yeah, they want to dive into bed without anything and everything. Wait, what, did I miss something? Oh, that's right. Average age for a bard. They want to jump into bed with anything and everything. They're bound to meet the one that won't let them early. And also, Cameron won. Congratulations. Wait, what'd you win? And Barry the Elder says, I think I'll draw the line at grizzly bears and rock golems, I think. Probably a good place to draw the line. Welcome back, Jesse. Glad you're back. Okay, here we go. Getting back into it. So the lose state. We could just have it be conditional on when you've rolled your last time and you click the close button. We could have it just trigger then. Yeah, we could do that. I almost kind of want to do an actual check though. That if you, when you re-roll for your last time, it will then trigger the lose state. Earlier you said you win. Oh, that's true. That's true. You do win. And I'll stand by it. I like how you can like definitely see the green screen behind me through like glass. Good time. So where's the re-roll? Move to first open inventory slot. that's all of that. Exit symbol slot 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So wait, where is reroll? Showing exit text. Dice puzzle. Lock dice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then upper dice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Reroll dice. Here we go. Okay. When you re-roll the dice, it goes through all of this stuff. This is all the animation, re-rolling it, yada, yada, yada. Then you've got the cancel button. So I think at this point, what we would do, so if you re-roll the dice, so long as lock re-rolls is not equal to 0. Okay. So at the end here, we would then say conditional branch if the variable lock rerolls is equal to 0, then we would do this thing. Comment lose state. All right, so this is what's going to happen if you've rerolled, you're out of rerolls, and then we need to check and see, are the dice that you've rerolled going to actually let you win? If they are, great. If not, then we need to actually do the lose state. Yeah. Let's see. Barry the Elder says, fail state dependent on the number of unfilled spots. Yes, but also what you have rolled. So basically, let's pull this up really quick. So yeah, so essentially, the way that it'll work is if we head to room 41, we can head up. There we go. Heading up to room 41. So basically, the lose state will be predicated on two different things. One, how many rolls remaining, and two, what you currently have here.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits.
Oh boy.
Speaking of bears, there was once a bear in the Polish army named Wojtek.
I do know
He
this.
was traded to the army for food, and they raised him. He was made a private, as bets weren't allowed, and during firefights, he ran around, and I'm not kidding, resupplying the soldiers with ammo and artillery. Wojtek was retired as a sergeant soon after and became the platoon emblem afterward.
Crazy. Freaking crazy. Let's see here. Yeah. So the fail state, yes. So it's dependent on what you have here in like your rolled dice and how many rerolls you have remaining. So let's say, for example, you know, if I were to fill this in, fill that in, and that one, we'll reroll, and then if we reroll one more time, right? At this point, we need to check not only what you actually have in here, because right here, I couldn't technically actually win, even though I have dice here. So we need to check and see what dice do we currently have, what spots are currently remaining, and how many rerolls are remaining. So right here, this would be exactly enough to get me to lose, because I have no more rerolls, and I can only put the 6 in here. But even though I can put the 6 in here, I can't also put the 1. So those are the conditions we need to take into account. So if we come over here, we need to scroll down to variables. Oh, let's see what variables were those. Too far. Here we go. Okay, so we've got the D6 rolled. So we would check to see what the D6 rolls are equal to. So we got 5 and 3 back here behind the chat, if you can see that. And then we've got expected to be 1, 1, 2, 6. Okay, so we want to check rolled and we want to check actual. And expected though. So I think, how are we going to do this? So I think first thing we need to do is we need to check the D6 actuals. Because anything that's a 0 means it hasn't been filled in yet. We want to check the actuals. And then if something is equal to 0, we then check to see if anything on your D6 rolls, so out of your 6 dice, if any of those are equal to that specific expected. And if it's not, then you lose. Cool. All right. Yeah, there we go. Cameron says, my art OC that I created yesterday is a Tabaxi bard. Should I be worried about her? No. It's going to be fine. It's going to be totally fine. And Autumn __ is back. Welcome back. Glad you are here. SMDH. Oh my gosh. I don't want to watch me rereading that. Terrible. Lazarla, welcome back. Glad you're here. How is your week going? How is, I guess, maybe the last 2 weeks? I think it's been a little bit. How you doing? Hopefully you're doing all right. Oh, doing good. Well, there we go. You already answered my question. Just finished some sweet tart ropes. Oh, I do love those things. Very nice. Felt like acid in my mouth, but damn, did they taste good. They really do. That is a lot of very artificial sugars and sweeteners, but it's really good. That clip ended perfectly. Well, now I feel like I have to go back and watch the clip. All right. Here's what we're gonna do. Pause. All right, we're going to we're gonna unfull screen that. There, that's what I'm looking for. We're gonna pause that. And let's see what's going on in here. SMDH. Nailed it. Swallowing. The S in ardent. Nailed it. Swallowing. I don't appreciate that. I don't appreciate that one little bit. Okay. You always just happen to clip the absolute worst times. All right. Oh, let's see. Can you guys remind me at 9 Pacific to shower? Well, would that be in 30 minutes? I'm not sure what 9 Pacific would be. It's 9:30 Mountain right now, so get ready to shower. Let's see. Just want to make sure. Let's see. Twitch isn't Alexa. I don't even know my own times. I'm glad it was overall good. It's cool. My name is close enough if you're dyslexic enough. Can I do a shameless self-promo in chat? Absolutely you can, Axel. Go for it. And Control says, every time I read or hear about that bear, I just seriously cannot fathom what it must have been like to see a bear on the enemy lines. I know. Yeah, if you are fighting an enemy and they've got a bear resupplying the troops with ammo, I would just be like, all right, I'm done. Laying down my weapons. You guys win. You have a freaking bear. Like, yeah, I'd be out.
Axel _Benedict Jade 5 bits. Quick shameless promotion, the first song of my new album, Etherealism, drops soon, under the same name.
There we go. Make sure to go check it out. It's some good stuff. I have heard the first song, and it is really good. Just saying. Okay, so yes, so we need to check actual first. If an actual is equal to 0, we then need to check the rolled in comparison to the expected. And if any of the rolled is equal to that number, you're good. And if there are 0 that are equal to it, then you're not. Yeah. Pacific is -1 hour from you. My parents live in Ida? About 20 minutes from Boise. Oh, okay. Well, yeah. So it's 9:32 right now. You got 28 minutes. Clock's ticking. So I know all too well. If you want to give these guys a sneak peek, that's fine too. Nah, I will let them experience it. I feel like that's not necessarily a song you can like start and not listen to the whole thing. I did traditional abbreviations. That's fair. Let's see. Listen, I see Loki with their #1 clip spot, and I am looking to snatch it. You gotta work for it. Control says, I don't think anyone knows what a bear is like up close. Yeah. I mean, I have only seen bears behind bars, and I know that makes it sound like I have seen bears in prison. Behind glass, behind bars, at a zoo. Never seen a bear in real life. But even still, terrifying stuff. I think a buffalo is probably the biggest wild animal that I've been closest to, and it was very scary. I was like 14. We were at, oh my gosh, What's that freaking place that's gonna explode? It's got the geysers. Yellowstone. That's the place. We were at Yellowstone, and we had gotten to our hotel, and it was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was exhausted, and I went out to go get my backpack, and when I got out of the car, there was a freaking moose. It was a moose. That's what it was. It was a moose, and he was like literally like 2 feet from the car, and I just like look up at him because, you know, obviously he's like 8 feet tall, and I'm just like, I'm too tired to care. And I walked inside, and now that I'm older, I'm like, I very quickly could have died from that friggin' moose. I didn't. Thank goodness. Let's see, you know what they did? You made me to the joke. Yellowstone. Exactly, yes. Grand Teton. That's the one. It was the Grand Teton. No, it was Yellowstone. You know, the place is gonna explode. Mooses are evil and majestic creatures. It's true. Have you ever seen the, I mean, I'm sure there's multiple of these, but if you've ever seen the video of the dude that's like bow hunting and he shoots one and charges him?
Benedict Jade 5 bits.
Terrifying.
My uncle had a baby panther he raised from a kitten. When he found out it was a panther, he had no idea what to do, and called a zoo. He still visits that hatter.
It's kind of fun. Scary. Glad he's alright. Yeah. Very dangerous stuff. Meese are straight up like unbelievably big. Like it doesn't register. It's true. Yeah. Well, because you usually only see meese from a distance or in videos, and you're just like, oh yeah, it looks big. But then you're actually close to one, and you're just like, freaking, these things are huge. Terrifying stuff. All right, we're going to focus. We're going to actually get this loose state in here. So we're focusing. We're dialing in. Here we go. We are dialing in. We are going to get it. It's going to be great. Fantastic. So the lose state. Where are we? Reroll dice. Lose state. Here we go. All right, lose state. So what do we need to do? First thing, we need to do conditional branch. If the variable, let's come down here. If D6 actual, if you are equal to 0. We're going to call this one missing dice 1. So if dice 1 is missing, there's nothing in there. We just need to say, all right, cool. Well, is the variable... No. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to say 532. Because game variables dot value 532. Are you equal to game variables, yada, yada, yada. What variable was it? 526. 526. Yeah.
Axel_Benedict Jade 5 bits. I think I've said this before, but the natural predator of the moose is the orca whale, due to how well and deep a moose can swim.
To have a whale as your natural predator when you are a land animal is just weird to me. Huh. Well, there we go. There we go. It's freaking crazy. Okay. I wonder. I don't know if this is possible with JavaScript. It might be. We're going to try something. I don't know if it's going to work. So if anyone who knows JavaScript, if you can notice what I'm doing and if it seems very off, let me know if there is a better way to do this. I want to see if I can have one condition. So I'm just checking to see if this one specific variable is equal to a group of variables. And again, I don't know if that's possible. So we'll see. We will see. We're actually going to do this. Let's copy that. I'm going to come out here and I'm just going to throw this in here just so we can see if it'll work easier. Initial branch. There we go. Cameron says, imagine getting an alert ready emergency message about a polar bear. Terrifying. Only place we see bears here in UK is 1 at the zoo and 2 playing at Soldier Field. Yeah, bears are basically the only place that I also really only see them here in Utah in the US. I'm sure that if I went up into the mountains, I'd probably see them a little bit more, but I prefer them at the zoo. Much better. You could probably get some PERS, North American mega fauna. And Jesse says, sometimes a moose will eat small birds for protein. Even more terrifying. Not fun. All right, here we go. So, actually now I feel like I need to Google this. Let's see, what would we Google? We're gonna say JavaScript. What JavaScript? How would you put this? Check variable value against multiple variables. Check variable equality against a list of values. Okay, so foo, so if, and then in parentheses, foo equals 1 or foo equals 3, yada yada yada. If foo in, okay. Use the includes method. It's the cleanest way I've seen, supported by all major browsers. So if 1312.includes foo. So basically you're creating like a string of variables. That might work. Maybe. I know that I'm doing something kind of similar to that elsewhere. Where am I doing it? I know that I have it somewhere else. I do not remember. You can just make an array and compare, although the first one is what I do, to be honest, quick and dirty. Yeah, I think, yeah, so if I do this, if we say, let's see, how is it? So basically something like this. So we need to say, so replace that number with game variables. Holy smokes, I don't know why I have such a hard time spelling variables. Game variables dot value, and this would be, which one was it? 526. 526. So I think basically what I would need to do is I would just need to say 526, 527, 528, 529, 530. I can't remember how many we have, so let's go and double check on those. So 531, that is where we're going. comma 531, and then dot includes, and then this is where we would put this guy. Okay, now how many parentheses do we have? We've got 1, 2. Okay, so I had 1 too many parentheses. Okay, so we do this, and then we just say flash screen to 10 frames, yada yada yada, and then wait for 60 frames. All of that being a single line edit box hurts my brain. I know, it's not good looking. It is not good looking. Oh no, what do we got here? Okay, I've got stuff done here in under an hour. Probably not. But I do appreciate the people saying yes. So thank you. Okay, so let's come in here. It's actually probably going to start flashing as soon as we get in here, because it all should technically be 0. Unexpected end of input. Open square bracket. includes... Oh, wait. Yeah, no. Dot includes. Probably what we don't need. We might not need that opening parenthesis. Oh. So it flashed once. But is that because if we come down here... Okay. Yeah. So actual, so 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And then we have 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. And then expected is 2, 4, 2, 2, 6, 2. That is a lot of twos. That is horrible. Okay. So if we were to just, let's just say we set this one to equal 2. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So now with this conditional branch, this guy right here, all we have to do is swap out this here, and it's going to check any of the dice that you have. It will check and see if it equals any of the value. And if it does, if it has a value equal to what is expecting, it will let you keep playing. If it doesn't, then it moves on to the next one. And if all of them do not equal any of the values that you need, then it knows you've lost, and there you go, you've lost. Close the square bracket. I thought that I had missed that. I thought that maybe I had put it in the wrong spot. It's because I miscounted the parentheses on accident, and yeah, I needed to have that third parenthesis after all. Okay, cool. So that means I should just be able to copy that. Then we come over to here again. We find the lose state to get reroll. And then we're just going to replace this with this. So we've got 523. So basically, we just need to do this check 6 times. Because it's checking variable 532. 532 is the expected 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, we just need to check the 5. Because there's only 5 spots. We left 6 just in case. Yeah, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. All right, so we need to do 532 through 536. Cool. So yeah, so we just need to nest all of these one into the other, into the other, into the other. And then if all of these are unmet, then you will lose. So 533. Is this the most efficient or clean way to do this? Absolutely not. Is it a way to do it? Absolutely it is. It is a way to do it. As long as it gets the job done, that's all I care about at the end of the day. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so if all 5 of these are missing, then we're going to say, you lose. And this is where we're going to actually put the, actual stuff. For now, we're just going to have it flash the screen red. Go. Intensity of 100 or 255. Yeah. It should only do it once though. Should. Let's delete that. Okay, let's go see if we can activate the lose state. Let's head over to room 46. That is extremely convenient. 1 over. Examine the symbol. So basically, wait a minute, did I do it right? Let me just check something. Well, no, let's just re-roll. Because I shouldn't hit my lose. Well, I should. Oh, I don't think I did that right. I think I'm going to hit the lose state if I do this. So basically, so I've got my 2. We've got 2. We've got 3. And and we need 4, 4, 3. We have 2, 6, 1, 5. There's the 4. There's a 3. Okay, and if I don't get a 4 on this next one, I should lose. Well, it should have flashed red. Autumn__ says, "Oh, Moonman, I'm learning CS in Python. It's been quite fun. That does sound like an absolute blast. Hopefully it's going well. It can be a little bit tricky, but yeah, hopefully it's going well for you." Let's see. Control said, "If I could just toggle all that stuff to manual entry text fields, I'd love Maker so much. The drop downs and stuff just kill it for me." Yeah, it's not great when it comes to some things. I will agree with that. It can be not great. All right. So why? Because right now we are, let's see, explored cards. Okay, dice rolled. So we've got a 1 and we've got a 6. Let me just hide the chat really quick. We've got a 1 and we've got a 6. Expected for the D5. So expected 5 is a 4. That is correct. We've got a 4. And then the actual, we've got 2, 3, 3, 4, and 0. Yeah, so it's currently at a 0. Wait a minute. I think it's because I put it in there. Crap. I put it at, I nested it 1 too many. I needed to not be in that. Or wait, do we need that all nested? All right. So how do we need to do this? We need to check. Do we even need to check the actual? Yes. Crap. Yeah. Oh, okay. Because we need to check and see. I just want to make sure that I'm not doing this crazy inefficient, you know? So the actual dice 1 is equal to 2, and then 3, 3, 4, 0. It needs to be a 4. But do we need to actually check these? I think we do, because we're checking to see if there's anything actually in them, which is the dice actual. And if there is nothing in them, then it needs to check all of the dice. Yes. But do we actually need to check all of these? I don't think so. So we need to say conditional branch if the variable d6 actual is equal to 0. So we're checking just the first dice. If it is, then we need to check and see. Check on all of these dice. So 526. 526 is dice 1 rolled. So dice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Checks all of those. So it checks all the dice to see if they are equal to 532. And then 532, and 532 is expected. Okay. Yes. So would that be the opposite then? Sorry, I'm trying to, I don't know why this one's so tricky for my brain to like wrap its, well, head around. So if D6 actual 1 is equal to 0, then it needs to check this first one specifically. This is checking to see if any of the dice you have rolled, so any of the dice that are down here, any of the dice that you've rolled, are they equal to the dice one expected? So are any of the dice you currently have in your inventory equal to what needs to be in there, if it's equal to 0? If it does, okay, all right, so here's what we need to do. Yes, so if it does, then we're going to say exit event processing. If it doesn't, though, then we move on to the next check. So we move on to here. So we say D6 actual 2. If you are equal to 0, so if you're not filled in yet, then we need this guy. So if you are equal to any of those things, then exit event processing. If not, check the next one in line, so on and so forth, until we go through all of the dice that it is expecting. So that's that in here, exit event processing. If not, move on to the next one. Yeah, so we're essentially just going through checking all of the different dice that are equal to 0. Crap. Put that back. 4, that, put that there. 5. Cut this. It's that. Exit event processing. Copy that. Paste that. This one's going to be 6. Cut that. 6. Place it with that. Exit event processing. But if not, if you have absolutely no dice equal to the dice that you need, then you lose. Holy smokes, that is probably one of the most inefficient things that I have ever created. Okay, we all know that's not true, but it is an extremely inefficient way to do it. But it should work. It should work. It should get the job done. We'll see what happens. Let's save it. I'm over to, nope, that is Photoshop. There we go. Refresh, full screen, turn on the chats. I forgot that I had completely turned those off. I apologize. Turn it back on. And now let's go find the room. Room 32. All right. So. But I still think I did it wrong again. Yeah. Okay, so basically the way that I've made it work is if I come in here, so I do 5, I do the 1, I do the 4, I do the 2. Holy crap, I got really close just on that first one. So if I re-roll all of these, it would make sense that if I re-roll again and there's not a 2, of course there's a 2, of course there is, but it's not going to turn red. Of course. I don't think there's a way for me to change that. We just have to refresh that and hope that on the last re-roll we don't actually get the right one. All right, going back to room 3. Heading down, heading over, heading down, heading over. Room 3. Examine the symbol. And we'll just re-roll a few times just for kicks and giggles. It's 2. We'll do the 3. We'll do the 4. We'll do the 3. Now, please don't give me a 2 on this last one. It should flash red. Okay. But why? Wait a minute. Wait, no. If D6 actual 1 is equal to 0, then it needs to check and see. But if it's not... Okay. I think I put the else handlers in the wrong... Yeah, I think so. What the... Well, that's fun that that bot is working. I completely forgot that I set that up. All right. What have I missed here? We're gonna pull myself out, and then we're gonna get back in and see what's going on. Control says, don't get me wrong, I have even more complaints about Godot, but I suspect that's due to my usage of it. I do think Maker does what it means to do quite well. Yeah, what it actually means to do, it does do pretty well. I will say that. It does make it very easy to make what they are intending for you to make. You kind of get off the beaten path a little bit, and it makes it a little bit more difficult. But as long as you stay on that path, it does make it a little bit better. Deviating is fun, and that's what I like to do. Autumn __ says, I feel like the entirety of Twitch chat is being held hostage by an unknown assailant. What? Why do you say that? Logan says, I finally added the correct second enemy for the Ion card game for the first 2 quests. Very nice. I can finally remove the placeholder enemy. That's always a good feeling. Getting rid of placeholders just feels absolutely incredible. Autumn __ says, I was wondering if it was someone I needed to ban for a second, but then realized it was wanted. Yeah, definitely wanted. I definitely forgot about it, but yeah. I was thinking about it 2-3 days? A couple days ago, and I was like, I don't know. I was like, should I set up some kind of like Patreon or something like that? And I was like, oh yeah, coffee's a thing, so I set up coffee. And I forgot that there was like a bot that you can turn on, and I turned it on. But yeah, good times. Yeah, definitely not someone you need to ban though. Barry the Elder says, instead of checking it slot by slot, is there some sort of math formula you could use to reduce it? Maybe square all the expected slots and check against the square of unused dice? We could... I mean, we might need to resort to doing that. Yeah, we might need to do something like that. Well, because essentially... Well, maybe. Okay, so let's think about this. Let's full screen that. So basically, what do we got going on here? So basically, we're checking to see, because I keep getting the 2 different slots mixed up. So basically, there are variables for the dice down here, there are variables for the dice up here, and there are variables for the dice that are expected to be up here. So the variables, if we scroll down to them, actually I can just pull them up over here. So the variables, D6 rolled, so 1 through 6. Those are the variables that are dictating what is down here. This is what you've actually rolled. That is what you have in your inventory, in your hand. They're at your disposal. The variables D6 expected 1 through 6, those are what it's expecting you to actually put on the board. So since I picked up a 3 here, if I try and put the 3 here, it's expecting a 2. And so it checks those 2 variables. The 3 does not equal 2, so it rejects it. Same thing here. This is a 4. 4 does not equal 2, so it rejects it. And then the D6 actual is storing the value of what is actually in the slot. So if I were to take this out, we now have a 3 out here, so the actual in here is set back to 0. So if I were to put a 3 in here, it accepts it because 3 equals 3, and now the actual is 3. So what we're needing to do is basically say anything that is currently a 0, any of the variables here. So actual 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Because we don't need to check 6 because there's only 5 slots. I just put a 6th just in case we ever wanted to add a 6th one. We would have a variable there for it. So we just need to check 1 through 5. And basically we just need to say, hey, are you equal to 0? If you are, then you need to check and see if dice rolled 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 is equal to expected 1. So basically, is actual 1 empty? Check all the dice you have in your inventory. Are any of them equal to what this is expecting? They are. Move on to the next thing. So I think what we need to do is we need to not have the else handler. So we don't have an else handler in here. We have the else handler in here, which is not what we want to have happen. I don't know why I did it like that. That is incorrect. So if we take that and we put this here, we come down here, this should have the else handler. So if d6 actual -1 is equal to 0, then we need to check. We just need to pull all of these out, actually. Let's cut that, paste that there. We got 2 off that else handler. We got 3, pull that out, turn off that else handler. We got 4, pull that out, turn off that else handler. We don't need to check this. We don't have D6. We can actually get rid of this one. Turn off the else handler. Okay, so essentially what we need to do, what we need to say is if we cut this and put this into the 1. So if D6 actual 1, oh, but then we're still going to run into the same issue because the thing is, like, this is going to check 1 slot. Yeah, because this isn't gonna, because here's the thing. If, say, for example, let's say you still had 3 more slots that were open, and all of them were equal to 2. It's going to check down here, and if you even just have, let's just say you have 1 2, and the rest, the other's like 3 and a 5 and a 6. You technically need 3 2s, but it's not actually checking if you have 3 2s. It's just saying, is there a 2? And if it's like, oh, yep, there's a 2, then it's like, yep, you're good to go. But you wouldn't be because, well, you only have 1 2, but you need 3 of them. So maybe checking in this instance is not the best way to go about it. Maybe we need to go back to just kind of like what I was saying, which is if you are out of rolls remaining and you hit cancel, that's when it checks. If you have 0 rolls remaining after you've hit cancel, I just don't want someone to think that like the game is broken though, right? So if you come in here, that's fun. But I thought I had changed that. I thought I made it so it didn't re-roll the dice every time. Bar the Elder says, expected 1 to 6. Aren't there only 5? Oh, yeah. Sorry. Looks like I answered your question before I read the question. So, yeah. It was just like a just-in-case thing. Where, like, if we wanted to have 6, do 3 on each side or something like that, then we would have the opportunity. But 5 is, I feel like 5 is kind of the sweet spot. But if we wanted to have, because with this, we could make easier and harder locks, where it's like, maybe you're only expecting 4 dice or 5 dice or the full 6. Okay. So if we do, oh man. Okay. trying to think in my head how we would make this work. I don't want someone to think that like it's bugged or broken if you don't click cancel. But if you've like used your dice, you've used your rerolls, and nothing's working, and I don't want someone to like click cancel with 0 rerolls and have that happen. I mean, maybe that's just kind of what has to happen. Maybe you just have to click cancel and then it does its whole bug out. Yeah, maybe we have to do that. It's just if you click cancel, yeah. If you have used all your rerolls and you click cancel, then it will give you the lose state. All right. Yeah, we'll call that good. So that is going to be elsewhere. So let's grab you. Lose state. Lock rolls are equal to 0. So basically, let's see. Get rid of that. Get rid of these. And then we just say we need to cut that. And if the cancel button is pressed, then we just need to say, I think we would just, at this point, so we would erase everything, and then we would just say, if rerolls are equal to 0, you lose. This is the actual lose state. Yeah, so if you don't lose, we will just cut all this, put that in there. Reroll ads are disabled for 36 minutes. Sweet. Well, welcome back. Glad you're all back from the ads. So if you don't lose, it'll just if you aren't out of rolls, it'll just do this whole thing. If you are, then we need to say control variable 911 is a random number. So let's do a random number between, for now, just 1 and 2. And we're going to say conditional branch if the random number is equal to 1.
Axel_Benedict shared 5 bits. Wanna break from the ads? Consider paying to tell them no.
That's true. That's true. That would get rid of the ads. Okay, so if you're equal to 1, that means it is going to be spawn monster. If you are equal to 2, this is going to be spawn trap. Okay. So that way it's going to be different every time. And kind of like we talked about, what were the other ones? So there was crap. So there was monster, there was trap, there was teleport player. What was the other one? I mean, there was also death. Which we could do. Oh, that only goes up so far. All right. Well. Oh well, we'll just go with that for now. I'm sure we will remember. Maybe it's down my activity feed, possibly. What should failing check do? Can I actually see the results? I cannot. That's cool. Thanks, Twitch. You're the best. All right. Well, we'll just say monster, trap, and teleport player. Show. What do we got here? You lose. We're gonna set a random number between 1 and 3. So 1 is spawning the monster. Let's also do this. 3 is teleport player. dialogue, exit door puzzle off. Don't want to turn that off yet. So just there to there. So let's copy that. So with spawn monster, we're going to have it say something like, you hear a low grumble behind you. Something must have. How much more room do we have? Something must have snuck up behind you while you weren't looking. Good enough. Set that to nothing. And then do we have something where it's like it expects you to interact with the message? Or do we just like wait for a few seconds and then the monster attacks? Yeah, we'll do like next. I don't know. For now, we'll see what that looks and feels like. Yeah, so it spawns the monster, does that, shows the dialogue, and then we then need to go into a loop. And in this loop, this is when it's going to expect you to do the next button. So let's come over here. We need... It's the dice puzzle. Okay, this is what we need. You're hovering over that, yada, yada, yada. Okay, so copy that, and then down here, lose, does that, goes into the loop. And it's just to say if you are equal to those X and Y positions, show the selector, then if released is on, turn off dialogue. Don't do that. Nope, none of those. None of that. None of these. Reroll, cancel, dialogue. Get rid of all that. Okay. There we go. Yeah. So it turns off the dialogue, and then we need to have it actually start combat. So what is everything that we will need for combat? I think we come in here. This is what happens when you switch room. So add new room info DB to current room. Okay. Let's see. Portal. Oh, that actually reminds me. What image layer will we have to show the monster with? Because the monster is on player damage, room decor animations, monster animation. So this is image layer 25. What image layer is 25? I think 25 might actually be... Wait, no. Oh, wait, yes. No? So 25 is the exit circle, but this is the big one. Is 25 also still the small one on the wall? 25 is that, okay. All right, so we can't do that. Then 24 is the actual spinning animation. I guess what we could do is swap the sigil to be on... Yeah, we could swap the sigil to be on layer 21 for the battle. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, might as well. We'll give that a try. Okay, so basically we just need you. On loop, you go in here and you click that, turn that off, and then we're going to show the small circle on image layer 24. Then we need to actually do the whole monster thing. So over here, Showing monster. Show regular monster. Okay. So I think we just need from here down to here. Player location is equal to mini boss spawn location. Turn on self switches. Okay, yeah. Player location is not equal to starting exit room. Erase image layer 26. Yes, we need all of that stuff. Let's come in here. This is how we're going to actually start the battle. Paste this. So all of this, all we need in here. So it shows the card decks. Card decks. Dungeon UI battle. Okay. Is greater than 101. We don't need any of that. Set 55 to 2. Self switch is 948 false. This is where we get all of the monster information. Okay. And turn on spawn monster, turn on draw cards. Cool. Now we shouldn't have to worry about mini boss stuff. It's just regular monster, so cut that, put that in there. And repeat above. Okay, so at that point we can then just say, I think we just do exit event processing. Think so. Pretty sure. I think we'll also do... I think we just need to turn off now the switch. Exit floor puzzle. Yes, let's copy that. Turn that off. Exit event processing. Cool. Now I think that should do it. We also need to set an actual random monster. I think that is all being handled. Come over here. Rooms. Don't spawn things in spawn room. Spawn things in exit. Show layout. Exploring new rooms. Set exit spawn, set player spawn. Spawn monsters / items. Actually, this might be it. If you're equal to that, spawn a monster. Random number between 1 and 4. Okay, so it's setting variable. I think we just need to set current room to equal a random number between 1. Okay, yeah. So down here, we will do, before it grabs any of this stuff to start spawning a monster, we're just going to say control variables, set current room monster. Current room monster, set it to a random number between 1 and 4. So for now, that'll just do a slime, nothing that crazy. And this should grab all the enemy data for the slime, turn on spawn monster, turn on draw cards. Okay. So now at that point, what we need to do. Starting exit room is equal to player location, and current room monster is equal to -1. Okay, so the current room monster is then going to be equal to something, so this won't actually be doing anything. Sweet. And showing exit text. Yeah. Well, let's give that a try. I'm going to come in here really quick, though, and instead of doing a random number between 1 and 3, we're just going to say... cancel, lose. We're just going to do 1 through 1. That way we know that it'll spawn a monster, and we'll see if the monster spawning actually works. So long as the monster spawning works, that means we can move on and do the next one as well. Oh, we also... I think it was up here. When it spawns the dungeon, it gives you your rerolls, right? Is that in the very beginning? When does it give you your rerolls? Let's search for variable lock rerolls. Search. So tomb master. RTG spawn. That's what I thought. Death, dungeon to level select, random gen test. Yeah, so common event, RTG spawn. There it is. Quite literally the first thing it does is gives you that. All right. You fight the monster, and then it will give you, you lose. As you fight the monster, set them back to 4. That way, if you win, you can re-roll 4 more times. If not, well, that sucks for you. New game, save file, yada yada yada. Let's come along here to room 3. So the lose state is if you have re-rolled all the times, and if you do cancel. You hear a low grumble behind you. I misspelled something. Must snuck up behind you while you weren't looking. Fans are going crazy. I was like, so help me if my CPU water cool isn't working again. Then if we do next, spawn a monster, which it does. Great, so that is still back there. The monster is spawned. It's now trying to show monster dash 1 dash 1. What is monster dash 1 dash 1? Oh, it's trying to show monster negative 1 dash 1. Why would current room monster be equal to negative 1? Okay, all right. That is bizarre. I think it might be maybe. So you do next. Shows the cards, turns on dungeon UI battle. Oh, it changes the parallax. Okay. And then show monster plus okay, all right, so we need to do this first before we show any pictures. There we go, that should be better. So it's trying to show the current room monster's ID, but current room monster ID at that point wasn't equal to -1. So it was monster dash 1 dash 1 because it was -1 dash 1. All right, let's go to 27. Oof, making progress, I hope. It spawned the monster technically. So if we just spawn these or re-roll these 4 times, cancel, you hear a low grumbling behind you. Something must have snuck up behind you while you weren't looking. Next, spawns the monster. There we go. I think everything should be fine. We should be able to fight the monster like normal. There we go. Now he's dead. There's a strange symbol with empty sockets embedded in the door, so if I leave and come back, cool. Examine the symbol. We've got 4 dice rolls remaining again. Awesome. Happy day. Cool. All right, cool. Well, there is the first lose state. There is still, okay, what were the bugs? What were the bugs? You hear a low grumble behind you. Something must have snuck up behind you while you weren't looking. Yeah, next. I feel like it makes the most sense. That way it doesn't just like spring on you, like it gives you a message. I think that makes the most sense. I think so. Okay. Yeah. Typo on something. Oh, that's right. I did typo something. There are 2 T's. Thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know how I missed that. Very much so useful. I appreciate that, Would you prefer Bard, the Elder, Mr. Elder, Mr. Bard? Who wins the prediction, Moon Man? I don't know. Who won the prediction? Which prediction are you talking about? That is a real question. Bard will do. Very well, Bard. Thank you, Bard. I appreciate that. I had completely forgotten that I had accidentally put 2 T's in there. Okay. And again, like, we can change this whenever we would want. So you hear a low grumble behind you. Something must have snuck up. Oh, I also... Something must have snuck up behind you while you weren't looking. There we go. Oof. I don't know why that was so difficult to spell out that message. All right. So then it shows dialogue, starts the battle. Cool. Battle goes along. Everything's fine. Everything's great and hunky-dory. The one other thing we now need to do, which is this. At the end of the battle. Oh, crap. So here's the problem. Here's the problem. So we're working with a very finite amount of image layers. So we've got image layer 24 and 25. And that is showing like the little teleportation thing on the wall. Actually, maybe that's not a bad thing. I actually don't think that's going to be an issue. Because when you... It shows the exit circle, layer 25. Actually, yeah, I don't think that's going to be an issue. Let's go double check and make sure. It shouldn't. Let's go to room 15, not 36. So in here, examine symbol. So if we just re-roll the 4 times, waste them all. There we go. And then we cancel. You hear low grumbling, yada, yada, yada. Next, it appears. Wow, they got a 20. All right. Fair enough. 15 and 9. Take that. That was weird. It didn't have the card flipped over. Is he going to do that again? Okay, that one's fine. Ah, crap. 15. Okay, so there's definitely a weird thing going on there where like sometimes the cards are flipped over and sometimes not. But oh well. Okay, so this is still on the incorrect layer though. But if we do examine symbol and then we cancel, it should technically be showing correct. So let's come in here. Let's just make sure if we do, we got 2, we've got, wow, terrible rules. We need 2, 3, and 2. All right. Okay. Here's a 2. There's a 2. So we just need a 3. We just need a 3. Ugh, crap. Okay, so we're gonna have to cancel again. Let's see if it'll spawn a second monster. You hear low grumbling behind you. Cool. So that's fine. It's showing them correctly. So if I attack, doesn't, okay, then they're fine again. 6. Fine there. So what is happening then? Oh yeah, there we go. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. I do not know. Anyway, so if we get this right. Okay, well there's a problem. There's a problem. Okay, that is a big problem. That is quite the issue. It does lead me into the next thing we are going to do, and that is fixing the portal just a little bit. Okay, so technically all of that's working, all that is fine. We're good to go. Happy day. The one issue we are running into, which is something I was going to want to fix anyway. That is, so here we go. Let's go to room 23. The thing that I was wanting to fix is if you are in the room, you're doing stuff with the portal, and then if you cancel, but you haven't finished, and if you come back. So let me give an example. So if I pull up the 4 here, right, and I put it there, great, happy day. And then let's say I cancel. If I come back, that is no longer there, and it's re-rolled the dice, and we don't want that. I'm also now realizing, yeah, you can't actually put anything here, because it's technically seeing this as having something there. Yeah. So, I think what we're going to do is we need to make it so that if you were to cancel and then come back, it will put the dice back in place where they need to be. Yeah, that is what we need to do. Bard says, no problem. I also checked, and if you want to look up after your stream, there is a math answer with square difference formula. If you go that way later instead of just hitting cancel. Ooh, the square difference formula. I will definitely have to look into that. Just throw that into my search engine really quick so that I can actually remember it. It's usually the best way for me to remember things is I'll throw it in to like a search engine, and then that way whenever I pull up that page, I'll be like, that's right, that was the thing that I was looking into. Okay, so yeah, so basically what I want to do is I want to have it, yes, so if you do cancel, and if you come back, the dice will still be in the spot that it needs to be. Because you could actually just do this. So you could do 6, you could do 3, you could do 2, and let's say I didn't have a 4, I could do cancel, examine the symbol. These are technically filled in, and so like if there wasn't a 4 again, I could do cancel, examine the symbol. It's like, oh, there's a 4, and then it considers it done. So yeah. Little bit of a bug, but we can fix it. It can be fixed. Autumn__ says, very sadly, I think I've got to run, but thanks so much, Moon Man, and see you Sunday. Well, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I hope you have an absolutely fantastic rest of your week, and yes, we will definitely see you Sunday. Well, I will hope we'll see you Sunday. We better see you Sunday. Good luck. All right. So, how are we going to do this? I'm glad you asked. Very good question. You're very astute, and I appreciate that of you. What we're going to do is... I think we just take all of this. These are the actual showing of the images. Okay. I know that we spent some time on another stream doing all of this. I'm not a fan of the like fade in, like moving up of the dice. I don't think it's what we want to do for the animation of like the dice coming into the screen. And we're going to beautify it later. So basically the plan is we are going to switch everything back to 540. Go through here and just do 540. And we'll just have them just be there. So 540. Wait a minute. 520, 540, 100, 100. Oh, that's the width and the height. Okay, that makes more sense. So this 0 we need to change to 255. So 540, 255. We'll just have them show. It'll be way easier, way faster. We'll just have them show. Go. There we go. Go.
Thanks for the follow, Bard the Elder.
Oh my goodness. Thank you. I appreciate the follow, Bard. Likewise, it's 5:30 a.m. in UK, and better get some sleep. Good night, y'all. Catch you again soon. Thank you for being here. That is extremely late. You definitely need to get some rest. So, take care. Good luck. I appreciate you being here. Thanks for chatting, hanging out, and hopefully we'll see you on the next stream. The next stream is in 2 days. So I do like every other day except for on the weekends. I stream. I stream Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays. So I guess for you it would be Monday morning, Wednesday morning, and Friday morning. So anyway, take care. Good luck. We'll see you on the next one. It does. I'm having a stroke here. It is also on the schedule on Twitch. So if you're interested, it is there. It's listed. So hopefully, but either way, appreciate you being here. Good luck, and we will see you again hopefully soon. Take care. I'll catch the ping. Yeah, that's true. That's true. You will be following, so it's not like you won't get notified. So, all right, take care. Thank you. All right, so then this one is a 540, and we do 255. Perfect. So that means we can get rid of these move pictures. Get rid of the moving pictures. It just shows them. Cool. We can also get rid of the picture easing, so we don't need that anymore. Now we don't want it to shuffle, we don't want it to re-roll the dice every single time. Only the once. So how would we do that? We want to say additional branch if game variables dot value. I cannot remember what the variables are. It's 526. Yes. So if 526 is equal to 0, and there we go. 526, 527, 528, 529, 530, and 531. So 26 through 31, 526 through 531, 526, 531. Okay, yeah. 531. Okay, so it's basically just going to say, is every single one of those dice equal to 0? The only time that all of those should be 0 is when it hasn't rolled the dice for you yet. Do that if they are all 0. Cool. They're not, though. It's not going to re-roll, so you can't just hit cancel, come back, and have it have re-rolled all of the dice. Awesome. Next up, what we need to do is we need more conditional branches, more else and if handlers, and all that fun stuff. Small Rock Solid says, "Hey Moon, what's up? I tried Unity with Orc, gave up after a few hours. There's a curve I don't want to climb just yet. Now I'm back to RMMZ, and ChatGPT has been really helpful. Just wrote a plugin to script a stat distribution event. Took a few tries, but better if I did it myself. Better than if I did it myself. That is fair. Well, totally understandable. Sometimes those curves, those learning curves, are just a little bit too much. But as long as you don't give up completely, if you're just stepping away for a little bit and then you're going to go back, totally fine. Just don't give up. I believe in you. I know that you can get it. It just might take a little bit of time, and that's fine. Nothing wrong with taking a little bit of time to get to where you want to be. Yeah. But RMMZ, that is also a really great place to go. I've kind of been working on a project behind the scenes in RMMZ, and I've actually really liked it. There's some really good stuff about it that I'm kind of wishing that Tomb of Versilius was in MZ now. The only problem is there are a handful of plugins that I rely on to make the game actually function the way I need it to that are just not in MZ. I've tried, I looked, because I was like, maybe we could convert to MZ. Nope. There are a couple plugins that I wish that MV had that only MZ does, but there's also plugins that I absolutely need in MV that MZ doesn't have, so, you know. Yeah, not to mention, I already spend money on music, Visual Stella plugins, art assets, so that's fair. Oh, Z.A. Shaw, thank you for the raid.
Welcome,
I appreciate
Shaw,
that.
and your 37 amazing audience members.
Of course, we could always get the let the text-to-speech welcome you as well. Well, welcome. Glad you're here. Thank you for the raid. Appreciate it. Huzzah! Super stacked raid. Absolutely crazily stacked. 37. That is an impressive number. I appreciate that. Thank you. Let's see. Tara says, "What up? We are just building a dungeon crawling roguelike RPG. So I guess with a whole bunch of new people here, we will go through it. I'll just kind of show you what we got. Let's actually come in here. I've got to turn the monster spawns back on. With testing, it goes a lot faster without the monster spawns. So let's pull all of this up here. We will give you all a little quick taste of what we got going on here. CM Griffing says, "Wait, who from my Steam recommended Zed?" I don't know. Oh, who from my stream recommended Zed? I don't know. Who knows? The classic AI voice has become a meme of itself. It's true. That's why I had to turn it on. You know, if you're going to get a raid, you might as well have the classic AI tell it. Me, Chris, sorry, man. You're welcome. Curious about the game too. Well, I will go into details. This kind of stuff happens. We're here now. I'm glad you're here. We raided Zed and he ignored it. Oh, well, that kind of stuff happens as well. Okay, so yes, Tomb of Versilius. It is a dungeon crawling roguelike RPG. It's bare bones right now. There's some things that are just not quite all filled out. Like the character creation. It's literally you choose a model and you can be like, my name is Pam. And you'd be named Pam. Anyway, so, and then we've got a dialogue dump there that is no longer accurate. So anyway, so yeah, so we're going for the old school, very pixelated kind of vibe going on here. And yeah, it drops you in here. I'm actually going to just really quick, I'm going to turn off the chat so you can see over here. So yeah, so you've got you've got your map, you've got your perspective, your viewport, you got your inventory, you've got your character sheet, and then this is like the action area, which you'll kind of see what's going on there. But yeah, so you are just exploring this randomly generated dungeon. You are collecting D20s that I will explain in just a second why they matter. And yeah, you're going through, and then the combat in the game is based on, okay, I swear, you do not always get blackjacks.
Thanks for the follow, De Grinchy.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. Yes, so.
Axel _ Benedict cheered 5 bits.
Oh, we got a fun fact going on here.
Welcome back to Axel Benedict Sourly. I know him late, stop yelling. Fun facts. Astronaut is a compound word derived from the 2 ancient Greek words astro, meaning star, and naut meaning sailor. So astronaut literally means star sailor.
I like it. I like it.
Thanks for the follow, Griffing.
Oh my goodness. And thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. And it looks like we've hit our goal of 100 followers. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate that.
We reached our followers goal of 100.
Oh,
thank you, everyone.
You guys are too much. Absolutely fantastic.
Thanks for the follow. It's 492.
Oof. Thank you. Now we got Haxer. We got Z.A. Shaw.
Thanks for the follow, Z.A. Shaw.
All right. Okay, so yes, so going around the dungeon, you are fighting monsters with Blackjack, so that's kind of like the twist on the combat.
Thanks for the follow, Terror.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. There are random traps as well. There's actually I will not do this.
Thanks for the follow, Axel _ Benedict.
Wait, actually, you weren't following me before? What happened?
Thanks for the follow, L1GH75P33D.
That's quite the name you got there. Thank you for the follow. Follow DDoS. But anyway, yeah, so where was I? Yes, there's traps and all that fun stuff. So yeah, so you're exploring this whole thing and
Thanks
fighting
for
monsters
the follow,
with Blackjack.
Demalix.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that. And yeah, so basically the way that the Blackjack rules will work is any of the regular monsters that you find throughout the tomb. So I know that I was saying dungeon. You're technically inside of a tomb, which I can explain a little bit more in a little bit. But yeah, so you're fighting with Blackjack. Basically, the way that it works is a watered down version of Blackjack, mostly because trying to program actual Blackjack is a bit much. So basically, when you're fighting just the regular monsters, they will draw 2 cards, and that becomes like their armor class. And so you have to draw above their armor class to be able to attack them. Since I've drawn a 20, I can attack them. There we go. They got an 18, I got an 18. I've made it so the player wins draws. I felt like it just made it seem a little bit more fair for the players. So we're both 18, I can then attack, and we're good to go. He's got an 18, but I've got a 7, so I've got to draw. Crap. Ah, crap. 18, 17, there we go. So close. 13, 13. There we go. Anyway, yeah. So that is like the general thing we've got going on right now. The thing that we're testing currently, which we will go check and see. So in room 47. So each one of the dungeons, the floors, they are all randomly generated. So it's, different layout every time. Different monsters. The monsters will get more difficult as you progress. All that fun stuff. But what we are testing right now is making it so you can actually leave the floor. And so the way that will actually work is there are going to be, as you go through the dungeon, you will be picking up these elemental dice that you'll use to upgrade your spell book, but you will also be collecting, as you go through, randomly placed D6s. And the D6s you will use to, of course, the D6s you will use to get off the floor. So I'm just going to run from this one. I'm just going to do a dex saving throw. I've got 20 decks, so I'm gonna always win those. Anyway, so yeah, you will find a random sigil in a wall, and that is like the teleportation spot. So this is the spot we were actually trying to get working. So if it's buggy here, I apologize, but this is what we're currently working on, is this symbol. So basically, it opens up a minigame that you will play a round of essentially Yahtzee. So it randomly picks the dice that it's expecting. So the part that we're doing here.
Thanks for the follow, Orblish.
Thank you for the follow, Orblish. I appreciate that. And y'all are amazing. Thank you all so much for the follows. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, so it'll just be, you know, randomly. So basically what we were testing is to see if it would re-roll these dice if you were to cancel. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 2, 4, 1. You cancel, come back in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 2, 4, 1. My brain just automatically wants to go 1, 2, 3, 4.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Congratulations at 100 followers.
Thank you. Yeah, that is crazy. That is crazy. I feel like I was sitting at like mid 90s for so long that it feels good. Feels good to be over that 100 hump. So thank you all for making that happen. I appreciate that. Obviously, you know, is it Z.A. Shaw? Hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Definitely could not have happened without your raid, so I appreciate that. Thank you. Anyway, yeah, so you would play this little game of Yahtzee to get these dice into the right spots. So let me just do that really quick, just to see if it'll actually work. We need 2 5s and a 6 5. This is not going to go well, is it? Oh, I actually made it. There we go. And I know this part's a little bit janky too, but like opens up this little portal. There we go. And then you can go through if you'd like. If not, then you can keep exploring the dungeon and yeah, fighting monsters. Oh dear. There's a fun bug. What happens if I click it? Oh my gosh. What was that? That was terrifying. Okay, that is not what was supposed to happen.
Small Butrock Solid cheered 51 bits. Thanks for the follow, Small Butrock Solid. Actually no, this is a bit alert message. Moon is the best RPG Maker streamer I know.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Small Butrock Solid. Both the bits and the compliment. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Anyway, yeah, so that is the game. That's what we've got. And then that very buggy looking thing was you leaving the floor. You're not supposed to be able to leave the floor from anywhere you want, so that was definitely a bug we need to fix. But yeah, and then you go to the next floor and you start doing it again. You also will have the opportunity to leave, and if you leave, you will... There's like a small town outside the dungeon, so I can pull that up really quick. So here is like the little town that you are able to go to like get quests, upgrade your spell book, buy items and all that fun stuff. And yeah, let's see. What else is there? What else is there? Oh, the spell book. We could talk about the spell book. So really quickly, this is going to look, it's not necessarily broken. I just haven't worked on this part of it for a while. So there used to be in the tomb a safe room where you could buy and sell dice. This is going to basically, the town is replacing this. It'll be more feature rich, but yeah, this is where you would be able to get your quests, your shops, you could like buy and sell dice and all that fun stuff. But essentially, in the spell book, the way this will be working is, and again, this is very, very not final product, but basically the way that it'll work is as you are drawing cards to fight with the Blackjack rules, the cards are all linked to different elements. So you got your Pyro, Geo, Necro, and Hydro. And essentially, you are building out your spells, and depending on how much damage each one of those spells do, when you attack with that card, it'll do that amount of damage. So right now, every single Pyro card you attack with will do 1 Pyro damage. But if I threw a level 2 Pyro dice in here, it is now doing 3 damage, because you got a 1 and a 2 is equal 3. So you would now be doing 3 damage. And then, you know, so on and so forth. If I were to throw, you know, a couple more dice over here in Hydro, another dice over here in Geo, it would be upgrading my spells. But on top of that, you can also merge dice together. So, you know, you got a 1 and a 1, merge them together. Now you've got a 2, merge the 2, get a 3. Yeah, so good stuff like that. But you will also be able to mix and match your elements to build your own spell book out. So essentially, if you were to, you know, if you had your Pyro spell and you threw in some Geo, and you know, again, these are all just placeholder names. This is nothing, you know, it's not going to be pyro. It would be something like fireball or something like that. And if you threw in another pyro spell, it wouldn't be pyro. It would be something like, I don't know, bigger fireball, ultra fireball, something like that. But anyway, so yeah, so then if you were to mix and match, if you had like, you know, pyro and a geo, it would turn into lava or something like that. And then if you were to throw in a hydro, it would be something like steaming lava or something to that effect. Pyro plus geo, volcanic burst. Exactly. Yeah. Volcano burst. Yeah, something like that. So yeah, so you'd be able to like build out your spell book and mix and match different elements to fit your playstyle and your liking. And yeah, that is the spell book. So anyway, and then, you know, these are all just placeholder quests. So yeah. Anyway, cool. Well, I think that basically gives you a rundown of the game we're working on, what we're kind of building. It is definitely slow moving, you know, obviously solo dev takes quite a while, but it's a good time. I've enjoyed it. It's a lot of fun, and I'm going to turn the chats back on so that people can actually see what's going on here. And Control says he's really got that speech down. I really do. I feel like I explain it the exact same way every single time. And that's because I'm like trying to make sure that I actually cover everything. So, you know. Anyway, yeah, so if this seems interesting at all, and if you're not already one of the many that has already followed, which again, thank you for that. Yeah, feel free to drop a follow. You know, I've got a pretty consistent schedule, try and do about every other day. So Sundays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays, and then, you know, take Friday, Saturday off because I work full time, and it's very tiring to do this and streaming, but it's a lot of fun too. All right, here we go. We are going to go back through the chats because I feel like I probably missed some stuff. So just really quickly, we will go back through that, and then we will continue on the project. For anyone who's interested in sticking around, I would absolutely love it if you did. But if not, you know, I know that it can sometimes be a little bit difficult going from one stream to the next because you're probably just like, we're done. But anyway, if you did stick around, I appreciate it. Let's see here. We're playing 20 dex. Pan is stacked on agility. It's true. Follow DDoS. Okay, so I think that's where I dropped off. I've been way worse. I unfollowed and refollowed. Oh, that's what you did, Axel. Okay, that makes more sense. Let's see. You're always mad about something. Poo poo pants, Griffin. I feel like there's a. You literally did the raid as I was raiding out. That's fair. Well, I would say that would have probably stacked the cards in my favor if you were literally getting raided as you then went and raided. I'm down for that. How do the stats help? Pam has mad dex. Yes, Pam definitely had mad dex. So basically the way that I can still explain it in here. Oh, and it is also very broken in here because that is, again, very broken. Not the stuff that we're actually working on. We're going to be replacing that. So basically the way that the stats work for anyone interested. So classic RPG stuff, you know, you've got your experience as you fight monsters, you gain experience, and you've got your stats, you've got vitality, dexterity, wisdom, and luck. So right now, vitality affects your health. It'll probably also affect something else in the future whenever we get to that point. Your dexterity is basically your ability to get out of traps, to run away from monsters, that kind of sort of thing. Your wisdom will directly affect your spells. Not exactly 100% sure on that yet. And then your luck is actually going to affect how you draw your cards. It's like in the blackjack stuff, you know, like if I were to have a luck of, if my luck was maxed out and I currently had a 19, because I would have super high luck, I would have a much higher chance of drawing a 2 here so that I'd get a 21 over busting. But without the luck, I would draw an 8. So anyway, that's how the luck would also work. So as you level up, you'll be able to assign, you know, stat points into your different stats and yeah, build out your character like that. So should hopefully be a good time. Let's see. Ban Orblish. I don't know who that is, but we'll see. Apparently you're on thin ice, Orblish. So dex build is basically evade all monsters. Seems strong. Yeah. Having a high dex would be really good to have. Not all heroes wear capes. Let's see here. Portal is so purple and swirly. Yeah, and that's definitely a placeholder graphic. It's not definitely not finished. Definitely not finished there.
Thanks for the follow, Mr._Pampercarrot.
Thank you, Mr._Pampercarrot. I appreciate that. Thank you for the follow. Hadn't seen that yet. Do you make all this pixel art? Yes, about 98% of it. So yeah, so basically everything here that you see minus the monster and like the player graphic. So the player graphic, it was from a pack that I had purchased. It is still a placeholder, so I will be replacing it eventually. But yeah, so as far as like all the UI, the cards, the room, all the decorations in the rooms, all of that I did. The monsters themselves, it's like half and half. So the monsters themselves came in another pack that I had purchased, but then I recolored them to like fit the color palette. I animated them. So like, it's like yes and no. Like I didn't create them, but I animated and recolored them. So yeah, yes and no. When it comes to pixel art, I'm basically only capable of making things like UIs, static rooms. As you can see here, like very pixelated looking towns. You know, that's about where my skills end. When it comes to actually making characters, monsters, things like that, not as good. But I do still have fun with it though. It is a good time. And good stuff, man. Progressing good. Thank you. I appreciate that, Small but Rock Solid. And Terra says, is this Oblivion music just remixed? Yes, actually it is. So this song actually, I know that I'm just now reading your message. This one is Morrowind. So yeah, shout out to, what is it? Lo-Fi, what is it? Fantasy Lo-Fi. Yes, shout out to Fantasy Lo-Fi for anyone who has not heard them on YouTube. I will send that over on Twitch though. So yeah, Fantasy Lo-Fi has some absolutely fantastic lo-fi music where they've remixed video games, and it is a lot of fun. It's a blast. So would highly recommend if you would like. Also in the mix, we've also got Djembe, who remixed the Baldur's Gate 3 soundtrack that I have in the mix. And then we also have our one and only Axel Benedict. I'm sure you've seen him in chat. He also has a few songs in the mix and has his songs up over on YouTube. So if you wanted to go check out Axel Benedict as well over on YouTube, has some absolutely fantastic music. Small Rock Solid says, I have an idea for later on, which is basically from Balatro. Maybe have some boss every level or few levels that imposes a debuff on your draw or dice. Like you can't play aces or something. Yeah, we can do something like that.
Axel_Benedict Jade 5 bits. At Shameless Promo here.
It's true. Good old shameless promos. Yeah, definitely want to add a little bit of variety to the mini bosses as well. Because yeah, they'll be good, but anyway. Yeah, and I think I've mentioned this before. I haven't played Balatro strictly because I do not want to like accidentally steal any ideas from Balatro and put them in my game. Or I don't want to be like playing Balatro and be like, oh, that's such a good idea, and then like feel like I was stealing it intentionally. So I probably should, but anyway, I really want to. But anyway. Let's see, Scyther, oh my gosh, what is that? My eyes are so bad. Scyther DKB says, fascinating, inspired by that one poker roguelike. Yeah, yes and no. So basically, and I'm assuming by poker roguelike you're meaning Balatro, yes? If so, again, still yes and no. So the idea that I had for this game, this was like years ago that I had an idea for this game, and I just couldn't quite get it right. I would try, I'd get a little bit down the road, and I'd be like, it's not fun, it's not working. The game actually used to be called, it's like right now we're calling it Tomb of Versilius. It used to be called Black Mage Jack, is what I used to kind of like code name my project. Years ago when I was trying to make it, I just couldn't make it fun, couldn't get it quite right, and I was just like, you know what, whatever, like I'm not gonna do it. And then when Balatro came out and I started hearing about it and started hearing about how absolutely amazing and fantastic it was, I'm like, okay, if he can do that, I can do that. And so I was like, I'm gonna dedicate myself, I'm gonna actually do it. So trying to not like trying to think of the right phrase here. I'm trying to not directly steal ideas from Balatro, which is again why I'm like avoiding playing it, so that if there is anything that I just accidentally like gameplay wise take from Balatro, I can like wholeheartedly, honestly be like, I had no idea that was in Balatro. I didn't mean to. So anyway, but yeah, maybe I should play it just so I can be like, okay, that's how he did it. I'm gonna do it this way so that I'm not directly copying. But anyway, so yeah, it was like an inspiration in terms of if he can do it, I can do it kind of thing. So anyway, yeah, so definitely not trying to rip off, but I'm like, you know, at this point, what is original? Like everything's a rip off of something somewhere. So just trying to make it fun and interesting and not be a direct rip off is the goal I'm going for. But anyway, yeah. Yeah, but Scyther DKB, how you doing today? How's your evening maybe going, or morning, afternoon, wherever you may be in the world? Small Rock Solid says, I mean, a lot of games steal concepts from other games. After all, you're using Blackjack too. What matters is it's fun at the end. That's true. Yeah, it's not like Blackjack is an original idea. It is 100% absolutely not. Yeah, and like there's literally no original idea in this game at all. Like dungeon crawlers, done it. RPGs, done it. Random tomb generation, done it. Even fighting monsters with like classic card games, it's been done before. Like all of it has been done before, but I'm trying to mix it and merge it in such a way that it's like, okay, that's slightly original. That's as long as at the end of the day, I suppose, as long as it's slightly original and fun. That's the main goal. As long as it's fun, then I'll consider it a success. So, all right. Well, I think we're gonna get back into it. We're gonna see if we can fix some of these bugs. So thank you everyone for being here. I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate the raid. It's been absolutely fantastic. So thank you. Okay, so let's see here. So in the tomb, where were we? So we were, that's right. So basically what we were doing was we were making it so that when you open up the Yahtzee type game to like the mini game to play to unlock the portal, we don't want it to re-roll the dice when you're opening it up. Which we did that, we already got that done, so it's not re-rolling, but now we need to make it so that when you place the dice into the sockets, it actually holds, it like maintains that spot there. Yes, that's what we need to do. All right, so we need some if statements, conditional branches. For anyone, you know, familiar with RPG Maker, they're conditional branches. I'm going to call them if statements because it's an if statement. Yeah. Oh, also control. I just noticed your message. Ban D's. Ban D's once. I'll play along. Okay. So we basically just need to say, because right here it's showing, let me pull this up just because I want to have it straight in my head. So new game, save file, yes, next, blah, 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 blah. And then let's pull up where the room is, which is room number 6. Oh crap, I forgot to turn off the monsters. It should be fine. I've got a high deck, so I can just run. Of course. Went the wrong way. Trying to get to room 6 and I reached a dead end. Yada. One of these days I'm going to actually make it so you can skip the whole dice rolling animation. Ooh, that's awkward. So if they get a blackjack even when you're trying to run, it does that whole thing. I mean, that's fine. Like, it still technically worked. It just... It was a little weird, buggy looking because, like, they're doing their blackjack thing while my dice thing is... Anyway, it's fine. We'll fix that eventually. Okay, here we go. Examine the symbol. So basically what we need to have it happen is it's showing... So these are all images. These are all images. We want it to not show these images if any of these actuals are equal to 0. So let's do that first. And then we also need them to show up here. Yes. Yeah. Okay. So over here. So this guy right here, this is showing them. So these are the dice on the bottom. So here to here, that is showing these right here. So basically we need to say, if game variables dot value Let's see, what variable is it? It is, so dice rolled, expected and actual. Okay, so dice rolled. So if 526. So if variable 526 is equal to 0. Yeah, so the actual is equal to 0. Yeah. Let's see. Grigori Night Dragon says, hello everyone and streamer. Hello Grigori, welcome, glad you're here. How's your evening / day / afternoon going for you, wherever you may be in your day? Hopefully you're doing all right. Also, I see your first time chatter. Welcome to the stream. Glad you could be here. Glad you could make it. Come on in, sit on down, pull up a chair. All that fun stuff. Control says, I've got a similar story, but gave up on the Blackjack RPG idea again already. No, don't give up. Control, I believe in you. Do not give up. You got this. If you have to put it on pause for a little bit, that's fine. Just don't give up. Put it on pause. Not anywhere else.
Thanks for the follow, Grigori Night Dragon.
Thank you, Grigori. I like how I got it right the first few times. Thank you, Grigori. I appreciate the follow. USA Night. Very nice. Yeah, same here. It is it's about just a little after 11 for me. So I'm in Utah. So, you know, good times for all. All right. So if variable 526 is equal to 0, then we're going to want to say here, then it actually does this. Yes. I believe that should be right. What the? Freaking get out of here, Google. Let's see. Grigor says, is this Unreal Engine? I'm in Texas. So not Unreal Engine. So I don't know if you've heard of RPG Maker, but yeah, so this is RPG Maker MV. Yeah, it's the engine that I know. It's not exactly usually used for something like this, but I don't know. Okay, now here's the thing. I think if I cancel, leave the room, if I come back, I think it might have actually saved those changes. I think. If we examine the symbol, and we put this 4 into here, and if we cancel and examine it again, hey, it does. Ah, I do like that. All right, never mind. Wait. Failed to load image pictures D6-0. Why is it trying to load a D6? That makes no sense. But also, you're in Texas. Very nice. We've got a few other people in Texas also on the stream. I will not out anyone who is in Texas if you'd rather not say. But yeah, we got a couple people in Texas in the chat, so you're in good company. Control says, but it did get me back into game dev in general. Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's fair enough then. If it got you back into game dev, I guess that's a fair enough thing to. It's a fair enough trade-off. But still, don't give up. Do not give up. And Control says, D6 nuts. Got him. You did get him. Jesse says, I still want to make a casino-themed RPG where you use different casino games as like limit breaks or weapon forging, that sort of stuff. That would be an absolute blast. I think that would be a lot of fun. I've actually, now I wonder, I'm gonna check this. I'm gonna pull this over to the other side of the screen though, so that all of my secret projects are not discovered. Let's see, what would that be? Slot? Yeah, Slot Heroes. I was gonna make an RPG called Slot Heroes. It's been done now. But back when I had this idea a while ago, I hadn't really seen it before. But yeah, so I was gonna make a mobile game called Slot Heroes. And yeah, basically it would just be like an idle game where like you're fighting monsters and you had your heroes and they would attack based on the slot machine. So if they, if they were ever on this center bar, they would attack, and then if the more that they had, it would be like a 2x, a 3x, or a 4x multiplier for their attack. And yeah, Never actually happened, but it was an idea I had. So I think something like that could be a lot of fun. I think it'd be a lot of fun. I would play something like that. We'll just say that. All right. So back to this. Back to this. So why would it do that? Maybe it didn't actually save. Maybe that's what. Maybe that's what's actually going on. I might actually be testing this in such a way that was actually not true. So yeah, maybe let's just do this then. Let's see, what room are we going to? We're going to room 15. Okay, all right. Everyone, for everyone that is here from the raid, I'm going to turn the monsters back off, as you saw me turning them on when you first got here, just because trying to explore the tomb with monsters turned on and test things takes so much longer. We're going to turn those off. All right, let's head up to room 40. That is where the exit spawn is. Go. So if we examine the symbol. Wait, why would you not be showing? Because you are if variable 526 is equal to 0. Oh, that's my bad. That is my own bad with the whole JavaScript thing. We do not want to say if you're equal to 0. We want to say if you are not equal to 0. Do that thing. All right, if there are any JavaScript experts out there, I apologize for my horribleness with JavaScript. I am no JavaScript master. Barely a noob. I am a noob. Not barely a noob. I am a noob. So, if you are a JavaScript master, I apologize. There's a lot that I'm still trying to learn with it. Okay, there we go. Now it's actually showing because if it is not equal to 0. But if I were to move that over to here, and if we did cancel, and then examine the symbol, it's gone. But now let's see if it errors out. Good, it didn't error out. Okay, so that JavaScript if statement is actually working correctly. So that is what we need to do. We need to duplicate that to all the rest of them. Then we need to actually have it stick. So let's do that really quick. Let's come over here. We're going to grab from there to there. We're going to copy that, and then we should just be able to that. And we're going to say 527 is not equal to 0. Here, close the curly bracket. Grigori says, I sold my game and company for $75,000. Holy smokes. That is impressive. Not bad, not bad. What game was it? I would absolutely love to know. I want to go take a look at this thing. That is really cool, though. Congratulations. I feel like that is kind of like the ultimate goal for most devs, is it's like, make something that you can actually... Okay, actually, all right. My number one goal is to make something that people will actually play and enjoy. That is my number one goal, and that's probably the number one goal of most game devs. But followed very closely in second is make a lot of money from the game you made. Like that is a very, very, very close second for me. I'm like, yeah, if I could get to the point where I'm able to sell this game and actually like make a living off of it, I'd be very happy. I'd be very happy with that. But again, goal number one is make something that people enjoy. So as long as people enjoy it, that's fantastic. And so even if it's not something that I can actually turn into like a full-time thing where I'm making games, as long as people enjoyed it, that's ultimately what matters. But I will also take some money too. Money is good. I like money. I feel like there's not many people who don't like money. Joel says back into would be like after a year or two break. It's in my blood. I can never leave it. Making stuff is fun, and programming them is just making logic puzzles for myself to solve, which is fun, of course. Of course. Yeah, 100%. And I feel the exact same way. There's a handful of ideas that I have for games that I'm like, I will never be able to let that go until I actually turn it into a game. Like until I'm actually successful in turning it into a game, there's some ideas that I'm just like, that is going to stick in my brain, in my heart for the rest of my life until it actually becomes a game. So this is definitely one of them. And I'm like, at least I'm finally making progress. We'll see, and hopefully I keep making progress. Fingers crossed. It was an MMORPG, and graciously have to keep it to myself. That is totally fine. No worries at all. Well, congratulations. Absolutely incredible. And I would tip my hat to you, but I don't have a hat here, so I will just salute you and say congratulations. That is absolutely fantastic. Yeah. Absolute inspiration to the rest of us, I will say. All right. So 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38. Yeah, all of that is correct. 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. All of that is correct. Cool. So that is it showing for all of that fun stuff. And or not showing if you've already used the dice. So then what we want to do is then here we want to have the if statements. This is going to be a little bit more complicated because it's not just a matter of are you X, show Y. If you are not X, don't show Y. No. That is what this one's going to be. Because this one is just, are you not X? Then show Y. This one is, are you X, show Y. Are you not X, show Z. That kind of a thing. So what do we need to do here? We need to say conditional branch if the variable dice actual is greater than 0? Yeah. If you are greater than 0, we also need an else handle. So if you are greater than 0, then what we want to do is we want to show image layer 27 d6 plus game variables dot value, not 532 though, because 532 is expected. We want actual, so 538. Show image. Actually, let's just do this. Put that there. So d6 plus 538, 640, yada yada yada, and then not 100. We want 255. Yeah. Okay, so with any luck, I guess actually we could very easily just do that into its own full script call. I kind of want to do that. Just, yeah, I think yeah. Let's make sure that it actually works though. Let's make sure that works, and then I will put it into just a basic JavaScript script call. We'll call that good. Grigor says, this is almost like Doom. That's the hope anyway. Now, I definitely will say there's inspiration from a lot of older games, whether it's in terms of like the aesthetic, the design, just the way that some of the things function in the game. There's a lot pulled from like older DOS games and stuff like that. So, I would hope that comes across in the art at least, but then, also when you are making something that's supposed to look like this, I want it to also function like those older games as well. Not just have the aesthetic, but then, it just being a coat of paint over a more robust system. Like I want it to actually look and play like an older RPG, an older PC game, that kind of stuff. So definitely the vibe and the feel I'm going for. Okay, we're going for room 47. Examine the symbol, come in here, nothing there, I can't pick these up, good. Then if we do cancel, examine the symbol, still there. So we pick this up, and we put that there, that actually works out perfectly, that's a 2, awesome. Then we do cancel, then come back into examine the symbol, it's there, awesome, but it's not there, can't pick it up, you can pick this one up. Yeah! That feels good. So that means you could like cancel, you could leave the room, you could walk around, do your thing, whatever, and then you can come back and be like, oh, yep, here we go. Examine the symbol, still there. That actually makes me so happy. Because that means that as the player's going through, as they're collecting the different dice as they go along, they could just come in here and like put a couple of the things in here, leave, and, go around, find more of the dice, come back. Yeah. So good times. So we just need to do that for the rest of them. Then we should be good. Get on in here. You gotta try making one on Commodore 64. Ooh. I don't think I'd be able to do that. I I have made a few things in basic. It took me a long time, a very long time, but excuse me. It was fun. It was quite literally, I just had to show some messages. That's all I was able to figure out and learn how to do. Yeah, it actually using an old, because like, okay, here's the thing. Like I'm in my mid 30s. Like I have used my fair share of computers running DOS. I grew up, you know, using 386s, 486s, all that fun stuff. So it's like, I understand older technology and stuff like that. Now that I am older though, and I've had the chance to go back and use old systems, use old hardware, it just makes me so much more appreciative of how much people had to go through back then to make what they actually made. Like going back and seeing some of the old games from like the 80s and the 90s, and when I say that, I mean like 90, 91, like the very early 90s, like late 80s, that kind of like version of gaming. Like you look at them and you're like, oh, this is so basic, this is so simple, and you're just like, okay, yeah, whatever. But like when you think about how it was actually made, like they didn't just open up a freaking engine and was just like, oh, click and drag, let's do this, let's do that. Like they were building their own thing from the ground up, and it's just like, it is mind-blowing to think about. But anyway, yeah, definitely not something I think I'm gonna do anytime soon. Maybe one day. Also, gotta go. No worries at all. Thank you for being here, Grigori. I appreciate you being here. Appreciate the follow. Hopefully we'll see you on the next stream. And yeah, hopefully you have a great night. I know that it's a little bit later there for you, so definitely time for some sleep. Fat Forest Carp says, hi. Hello. Glad you're here. How's your evening going or day? D Grinchy says, old systems are the core you're working on top of though. It's like learning batch files and SH. That is true. That's a good point. And yeah, I don't know. I try and go back though, and I'm just like, it is very difficult. It makes it very, very difficult to do anything like that. Very much so appreciated. Like, don't get me wrong, very much appreciated. But I'm like, I don't know if I could not use all of my modern engines and things like that to build what I want. But I respect the people that can. Absolutely respect it. Control says, a lot of indie games miss the mark on game feel when going for the retro vibe. Yeah, and that's what I want to try and avoid. I know that I've mentioned this on stream before, where it's like, the reason why I'm trying to be like pixel perfect, I know that I've said that a handful of times, where I'm trying to be as pixel perfect as possible, where it's like, I want to be able to, like, if I were to resize this back down to its like actual resolution, which, you know, would be, we did 25%, it would be 320 by 180. I know that's probably going to bug it up a little bit because I have gotten a little bit lazy with it. I'm going to need to fix that. But I wanted to be able to, if you switched it back down to this original resolution, like for the most part, it all resizes perfectly. Like it is all as pixel perfect as possible, where it's like, it doesn't matter if it is running in this like this tiny little window, or if you expand it up to 720p, you know, every single one of these pixels, yeah, it's 4 pixels wide, but it's like each one of those 4x4 pixel blocks represents a single pixel. And so like, I'm trying to be as pixel perfect as possible. I'm not going to use slightly smaller text to, you know, say things that's like, if the text fits, it fits. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Like, I'm not going to use slightly smaller text to be like, well, but this will fit. It's like, nope. Try to make it as pixel perfect as possible to really like try and capture that feel, that vibe, the aesthetic as well, you know, trying to be very limited in the color palette, where it's like, these are the colors I can use. And that's it. Like nothing more, nothing less, trying to avoid even transparencies. I've kind of relied on them a little bit recently, and I want to avoid that. But anyway, yeah, definitely trying to go for that. Jesse says, that's how I make my games, because I'm stubborn. I do mostly my own stuff. Well, and it kind of opens up the door too. Like if you are working outside of an engine, it just like, you literally just have the opportunity to do anything and everything you want. Like I know that's for the most part accurate when you're using an engine, you know, like say Unreal Engine or Unity or something like that. Like, you know, you basically, the sky's the limit. Like you could do basically whatever you wanted. When you are working with just raw code, like you literally, like the stars are the limit. Like you can do, like if you can actually make it do what you want it to do, you can make it do anything that you can imagine. Which for some people, myself included in this, sometimes when you have that much power at your fingertips, it's nigh impossible to think about what you actually want to do. which is why I really like RPG Maker, because it is it creates those artificial limitations that will just help breathe the creativity for me, because I'm just like, well, I can't do this, but I can do this, and so let's kind of go over here and make this work. And I don't know, sometimes it works out, other times I just have to scratch my head, turn around and walk away and go a completely different direction because it just won't do what I... So. Anyway, all right, cool. Well, I was going to rewrite this just in pure JavaScript without using this whole, but I don't care enough to, so we're just gonna do 538. So let's do another conditional branch. So 538 is 539. What was it again? If you are greater than 0, yeah, if you're greater than 0, do this. So we're gonna cut that, put that there, put this here. We're gonna say you are, so 538, so that is 539, and you're gonna show at 255 opacity. Okay, there we go. Fantastic. DeGrinchy says, hey, at least we don't have to blow on our code to get it to work. Nintendo and Atari jokes. Oh, I'm getting those jokes. Yeah. Or for anyone, I mean, I guess this is like a little bit more modern than, blowing out Nintendo and Atari cartridges. But the amount of times that I would, you'd like breathe on the back of your PlayStation 1 disc and like wipe it with your shirt trying to get the scratches out. I like how, thinking that you would rub the bottom side of a CD on your shirt would make anything better, but as a kid, I would always do it. And it always seemed to work too, oddly enough. Fat Forest Carp says, is this your pixel artwork? About 98-ish% of it is. So, yeah. So basically everything you see here, except for the player graphic here, is mine. So yes, the UI elements, the town, everything else. I know this isn't a great example. It's like all the rooms. Inside the rooms, you got like all the different decorations. So not the bonfire, but what do we got here? Anyway, yeah, basically everything on the screen is mine except for player characters, and then also when you see the monsters in the tomb as well, those are not mine. But that is because I am not great at pixel art, and so I like bought a couple packs and have used those. They're definitely just placeholders. I do want to replace them. I've actually got a couple people in the community who are wanting to, I'm trying to think of the right word. They're wanting to contribute, and so like, yes, absolutely letting them. And they've been gracious enough to say that they want to make pixel art for it. So yes, there's a couple people I've got that are like working on making different monster graphics and all that fun stuff. So yeah, for the most part, everything else is mine, which for better or worse, I'm definitely no pixel artist by any stretch of the imagination. So some of it is a little bit, but others I am a bit more proud of. Yeah, so that's that. DeGrish says no shortage of work. GGs. Yeah, it's a lot of work. So much work. Oh man, what have I missed? What have I missed over on YouTube? Wow, how far back do I have to go? Let's see, back into, that's how I make mine. Yeah, I don't know why, but don't work on it that way. The regular resolution, that is. Oh, right. Why I don't work on it on the resolution. So the reason why I don't work on it on the actual resolution is because RPG Maker does not upscale the artwork very well. So like it does allow you to, it's like, let me show you really quick. So when I show a picture, I can show whatever I want and I can upscale it, right? So I could in here just say, show it at 400%, right? Which is exactly what I'm doing in Photoshop. The only issue with that is with Photoshop, when I upscale something, so like let's say, the town image, for example, if I were to transform this, there we go. If I were to transform this, I can set the interpolation to be nearest neighbor, and then I can, go up to 600%, and it would maintain that pixel perfect accuracy. All the lines are crisp and smooth, crisp and pristine, and it's great. With RPG Maker, though, when they do the interpolation, They do, I believe, bilinear, and so it kind of like smooths out the edges. It kind of makes it just fuzzy, which isn't great. So if I don't like make this larger before actually putting it in the engine, then it kind of has issues. The other reason why I'm doing it this way is because with RPG Maker, I can't just like put buttons on the screen. Like for these buttons here, I can't just be like, here's a button on the screen, there it is. I have to get like X and Y coordinates for where, you know, if the mouse is within these X and Y coordinates from top left corner to bottom right corner, then do X, Y, Z. And so to be able to get those pixel perfect, you know, coordinates, I need to have it at the proper resolution that's going to be showing at, so that I can, you know, find the coordinates and fun stuff. So, yeah, I tried at first to just work off of the actual size of it. And then I tried, you know, just upscaling it later, exporting the images, and then going in, and it just kind of became a headache. So I was like, I'll just do it this way. And yeah, so maybe eventually I will shrink it back down and we'll just work off of that and we'll export the stuff as we need, upscale it and all that fun stuff. But, you know, for now I'm like, this seems to be doing the best. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Let's see. When you use an engine, you still have to do it their way and the way they think, like raycasting in Godot annoys me. Fair. Some more modern languages are standing on the shoulders of a lifetime of giants. That is 100% accurate. Well, and even still, like, you know, you've got the like Unreal Engine, for example. It was made by the creators of Doom, who are the giants of the industry. Like they revolutionized 3D gaming, right? With Doom. And so like they kind of know what they're doing. They've built up their engine from that. And so it's like, you know, it's like, yeah, you're using a modern engine. Yeah, but it's like, it was made by people who know what they're doing. So like you still are standing on the shoulders of those giants who revolutionized the industry way back in the day. It just is a little bit more modern nowadays with that kind of stuff. For better or worse. Even if you do bare metal, how long would it take to do something that takes 5 minutes in C#? That's true. That's true. And that's the other thing is like, even though like it comes with its limitations and, you know, maybe in the long run, you couldn't do exactly everything that you would need, but there are like, those are the outliers, right? For 99% of what people need or want to create, using just a regular game engine is going to get them there. Now there may be that little exception here and there where it's like, well, I want to do this very specific exact thing and I needed to do it this way. And maybe there's just like a little bit too much backbone that an engine would have that you're just like, it's just not what I needed. Or, you know, if you're trying to go for like as efficient and as limited a file size as possible, maybe using something like Unreal isn't going to be the best.
Axel Benedict cheered 5 bits.
Ooh.
Hello everyone,
Ooh,
and
we got some
welcome
fun
back to
facts.
Axel Benedict's Hourly Fun Facts. In honor of Pope Leo taking the title of Pope today, the youngest Pope in history was Pope Benedict IX, who was either 11 or 20 years old when he was elected in 1032.
What?
He is also the only person to have been the Pope more than once.
Huh. That is extremely young. I would have never guessed that. Like, if someone would have been like, how old do you think the youngest Pope was ever? I would have maybe guessed like 30. Because, you know, go back far enough and like 30 is basically an old man. Still is. Anyway, back in the day, 30 was like old man. So, you know, I probably would have been like, yeah, 30. But yeah, 11 or 20 years old. Even 20. That's still very young for being like the freaking Pope of the Catholic Church. Very crazy stuff. And being Pope more than once. How does that even happen? I thought you were like Pope for life. I thought you were basically like locked in. Like when you were Pope, it's like clear your schedule. You're not doing anything else for the rest of your life, but being here and doing this. I don't know. To be fair, I'm not Catholic, so I don't really know that kind of stuff. But now you can get excommunicated as the Pope. Can you get excommunicated as the Pope? And then let back in and become the Pope again? Because I feel like that would be a story for the ages. Freaking, you're the youngest Pope, you're like 11 years old, you get excommunicated, come back,
Axel_Benedict cheered
He ran
5
again.
bits. You are Pope for life, but you can step down, or be elected unfit.
Okay. Well, if he was 11, or 12, or 13, or any one of those very young ages, I could definitely see him being voted as unfit to be Pope. And then maybe, you know, later down the road when he was older, being elected again. So, crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. There's some crazy popes, man. Yeah, that's fair. Catholics partied hardy. Well, especially, you know, back in the year 1000. That is a time to party. Good times. Nothing but good times back then. All right. Okay, so that should be good for that. So then we do conditional branch. 541 is greater than 0. That's right. Not equal to, you're greater than 0. That was close. I almost missed that one. Greater than 0. Else handler, then we're going to put you there.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Pope Benedict IX resigned 3 separate times due to a desire to marry, pressure from those who wanted to replace him, and a desire to leave the position for his own personal reasons. He initially resigned in 1044 to make way for Sylvester III, then regained the papacy and resigned again in 1045, this time selling the office to Gregory VI. He returned to the papacy in 1047, but was removed again, and some accounts suggest he ultimately died in a monastery after a period of repentance.
Jeez. History's crazy. It's that is the commentary I have to say on that. History is crazy. Yeah. All right. Let's give this a test. So we should be able to put dice in any number of the slots and have them work. Is it actually going to work? Who freaking knows? Let's give it a try. See what happens. Oh, that's true. Yeah, not only was he Pope more than once, he was Pope 3 times. That is very impressive. Just kept coming back. Kept coming back. All right, so here we go. Let's examine the symbol. All this is fine. All this is well and good. So 465 542. 465 542. All that is still working. So if we were to put a 6 here, wah-bam, and if we did cancel, we came back, still a 6, still a 6, still out of there. Put it back over there, go cancel, in here, perfect. And then let's say, for example, if we were to put a, I don't know, a 4 there, and we'll just call it good, cancel, and we leave, we come back, we examine. That was a 5, right? 16315. What the? Okay, so that was a 5. All right, so something weird's going on there. What weird is going on here? No, that should be correct. Okay. No, that is not correct. So 540. This should be 541. 541. 542. Okay. It's 538, 539, 540, 541, 542. And then we've got 532, 33, 34, 35, 36. Okay. Whew. I accidentally got off on those ones. I did not mean that to happen. So here we go. Let's go give that another test. Make sure that it's actually putting the correct dice in the correct spots. Yes. Let's see. Control says, I'm in between projects and struggling to come up with something I want to make. I go back to a long-term project, but I feel like I gotta knock something small out right now. That is fair. And honestly, like knocking out some kind of small project can be a great way for you to just like regain confidence, regain that like passion, that desire to like create games. That is freaking crazy that it went red 2, red 1, red 1, blue 2, blue 1, blue 1. Anyway, that's what the freak is up with all these reds and blues? Yeah. So I would say definitely knocking out some kind of small project just to like rekindle that desire, that joy, that longing. 10, 11, 12. Oh, it's 13 we're going to. I was trying to get to room 12 and I'm like, what the freak is happening? 13. There we go. Yeah, so a small project though. That one I feel like can also be its own kind of struggle to know what to actually make. Something you could do. This is something that I've done in the past. I don't take this with a grain of salt. It might be useful. It might not be. But something that I've done in the past, if I know that there's like a bigger project that I want to work on, but I'm like, it's too big. I don't have time for that. Got to do something else. I will usually take some kind of like smaller aspect of that larger project and basically turn it into its own game. You know, it's like let's say for example, let's just take this game for example, right? Like if I were to be making this game and I was like, you know, this is too big. I just want to take something smaller. I would take something small to the point of like, you know, I would basically make a game out of this just Yahtzee, just the Yahtzee portion of this. Or I would make a game out of just like I would take this idea, but then turn it into like an idle game. You know, like take the D20s, the dice, and all that stuff, turn it into an idle game. So like you're not necessarily going through this randomly generated dungeon. You are on a linear path through a dungeon, and the dice are auto attacking dice and something like that. So it's not necessarily, you know, it may not even be exactly the same kind of genre. Like if you're taking some aspect of that larger project, some smaller part of it, and it especially can be really useful if it's something that you are not sure how you would make in the larger project, being able to just like take that small little piece and experiment with it, build it out how you would maybe find it fun if it was its own standalone thing. Not only can it help when you actually do make it to your bigger projects, because you can be like, oh, like I've done this before, and maybe in the time that you've spent making it to the point where you get to the larger project, you'll be like, here's some ways that I can refine this idea as well, make it more efficient, but then also it gives you a chance to make it more fun. Because like out of all this whole, you know, if you got a whole freaking game, you've got all these different systems and all that fun stuff, sometimes things can go by the wayside, and sometimes it becomes a little bit difficult to make every aspect fun. But if you're like, this is the one thing that this project that I'm working on is, you kind of have to make it fun, and so you'll find ways to make it more enjoyable so that when you get to the bigger project, you've already gone through, you've thought about what like ways to make it more efficient, to make it more fun, and everything that you would need to hopefully make it successful in your larger project. So that would be something that I would maybe, you know, look into, see if maybe there's on your back burner of larger projects, see if there's like some aspect or some small part of that larger project you could snip off into like a smaller piece and just kind of work on that. So you're not necessarily working on the bigger project, but it's kind of like in the same vein. Might be useful, maybe. Again, grain of salt with that one, but could be a good time. All right, so if we put I swear we had a 4. So let's put a 6 here and a 5 here and a 1 here. Yeah. So you got 6, 1, 5, and then the 2 4s up there. So if we do cancel, come back in, 6, 1, 5, 2 4s. Yeah, we leave. If we come back and we do examine the symbol, so we got those 6, 1, 5, 4, 4. And if we re-roll, it should just re-roll those 3 dice. We got 2, 6, 4. Those are all the same. If we do cancel, 2, 6, 4. Awesome. Throw 4 there. Cancel, leave. Pick that up, come back, examine, 6, 1, 5, 4, 2, and 6. Okay, I think that is actually all finally officially working. Ah, crap. 5 and the 1. Well, if we do cancel. Oh, you hear a low grumble behind you. Something must have snuck up behind you while you weren't looking. Next. Oh no, it's a monster. Anyway, cool. Okay, yeah. I'm trying to see, the last time I was testing this, the back card was not flipping sometimes, and so I'm trying to see like if it'll do it again, but now I've actually killed it, and so we're good to go.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Oh no. Anyway.
Exactly. Oh no. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, and it even saved all of this. You still got the 6, the 1, the 5, and the 4, and we still need one more 4. We've got the 4 rerolls remaining, so wha-bam! And wha-bam! And there we go. We got that. Opens up the janky portal, and there we go. Magical portal is opened up. A low hum can be heard coming from the now active sigil. Go through portal. Okay. Now we need to make it so that when you leave the room, that is no longer possible to do. Gotta do that. Got to do that. So, let's do that really quick. In here, I believe it's because we're right here. That's right. We're in here. Cool beans. Fat Forest Carp says, I watch your stream and it makes me want to make my own games. You absolutely can. I believe in you 100%. Are you wanting to get into game dev? Have you kind of dabbled with game dev? Like what is keeping you from making your own games? Is the first question we're going to start with. And we're going to go on from there. Trust me, we are. So I think what we need to do, so if you leave, yeah. So here's what we're going to do. So we're going to say conditional branch if variable 100, so the player location is not equal to 36, which is the starting exit room. It's not equal to that. No. If you are equal, there we go. If you are equal to that, then do this thing. If not, then we're just going to have it like wait for 10 frames. Yeah. Okay. That should be correct. Something I am going to check though. So when you're hovering, it is 39, choice selector. When you leave the room, does it erase image layer 39? It does not. Let's come in here. We're gonna say image layer 39, erase. There we go. Cool. That's what we need. Oh, actually, okay, it erases it there. Cool. Yeah. Okay, should be good there. Let's get rid of that. I think we should be good, but I'm gonna test that really quick. New game, continue. Yes. Here we go. Fat Force Carp says, I want to make a perfect game, but I don't have the skills to make a perfect game yet. Well, can I share a secret with you? You will never have the skills to make a perfect game if you don't make a crap game. Just telling you that now. Like, I know that it's not a fun thing to hear, but you got to make a few crappy games before you make your perfect game. Because it doesn't matter how much you read up, how many tutorials you watch, it really will not matter what you do. If you are not making a game and practicing that way, you're never going to make your perfect game. And the worst thing you can do, the absolute worst thing you can do, is getting discouraged when you're making a game and it's not perfect. Because no game is perfect. First and foremost, there is no such thing as a perfect game. But on top of that, there is no such thing as the first game being perfect. Like no one in the history of ever has made a perfect game their first go. Ever. Maybe for some people it's their second game, their third game maybe. For the most part, for most people, it is their 300th game, their 500th game. Like, let me pull this up really quick, just as an example.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Toby Fox.
I was literally about to pull up Toby Fox. Oh wait, no. It wasn't Toby Fox, but so yeah, like there's a handful. So let's see. So we got other credits. So we've got the ludography of just, different things that he's worked on. How many of these have you actually heard of? And if it's all of them, then that's pretty impressive. But, you know, there's a handful of games here that you've probably never even heard of. And that is even after releasing Undertale, right? But yeah, so it's like, you know, it's like Undertale was absolutely fantastic, but it's like, you know, obviously had other work before that. But that is not the person I was thinking. The person I was thinking was Five Nights at Freddy's. I cannot remember his name, though. Creator. Is it Scott? Now I actually feel like I'm potentially not looking at... Okay, well, it's not exactly... So yeah, this is definitely still not the person that I was thinking of. Maybe it was. Maybe I was just remembering his list of things as being longer.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Scott Cawthon, yes. I could
okay.
talk for hours about his old games plus FNAF lore.
Yeah, so, yeah. So, I will give you an example. I'm sure you have heard of Five Nights at Freddy's, right? So yeah, so Scott made Five Nights at Freddy's, right? Which is great. I'm sure most everybody has at least heard the name, at least anyone who's like into gaming at all. But the key part here, and the reason why this is relevant at all, is because look at this list here. So this is the list of non-Five Nights at Freddy's video games, right? There's a lot. There's a lot of games here. Tons of games. There's a game in here called Fart Hotel. And I know that it's not in the list here because, you know, then you've got your actual Five Nights at Freddy's games. But if you look here, if you look at the years, right? So you've got Five Nights at Freddy's here in 2014. You see what else was made in 2014? All of these other games, including Fart Hotel. You've got Chubby Hurdles, Shell Shatter, Kitty in the Crowd, Dark Prisms, Sit and Survive. No one has ever heard of any of these games until, you know, obviously because of Five Nights at Freddy's. But the key takeaway from all of this is look at all these games that he made. Look at all these games that no one had ever heard of, no one ever played. But look at all these games that eventually led up to Five Nights at Freddy's. Five Nights at Freddy's 2, 3, 4, FNAF World, all of these other games. None of these games would exist without Gemza, without Bible Story Slots, without Pogo Duck, without Cropple. Five Nights at Freddy's would not be a thing if he had not spent his time working on all these other smaller projects. Were they the perfect game? Absolutely not. But he kept creating, he kept making more and more and more, developing his skills, getting to the point where he could make Five Nights at Freddy's.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits.
So,
Early fun fact, FNAF was Scott's Final Fantasy, UE was gonna give up after that. Someone having a Final Fantasy comes from the game of the same name. The creator was gonna give up after making the Firat Final Fantasy.
it's true. That's true. Well, I didn't know that about him, but I did know that about Squaresoft. Anyway, all of this to say, this very long tangent, all of that to say, make your game. Don't make your productive game. Don't make your productive game. Don't. Let me backtrack. Make your game. Do not make your perfect game. Make your game. Doesn't matter if it's something that is going to be played by one person, played by 1,000 people, played by millions of people, because you can't control that. What you can control is what you make, though. And so start making, start creating, put your stuff out there, and then eventually, the hope, obviously can't promise anything. Doesn't matter how many games you put out there, because as long as a list of games as this guy has, there's other people out there with 10 times longer lists of games that they've put out. So yeah, no one is promised to have a Five Nights at Freddy's, but no one is going to have a Five Nights at Freddy's without making these other games, the extra things. So anyway, I feel like I've rambled too much about this. So anyway, all that to say, do not be afraid to make a game that's not perfect, because no game is perfect. and no first game is ever going to be perfect. You just need to make your game, make it fun, make it how you want to make it. And even though you may not feel like you're actually learning or taking anything from that, because, you know, oftentimes it is going to feel like you're just maybe spinning your wheels. It may feel like you're wasting your time. You are learning, you are growing, you're developing some kind of skill, whether you know it or not. I promise you. Like, the amount of non-released RPG Maker projects that I have that I've just been like, oh, that was such a waste. Like, I spent so much time working on that thing, and now it's just gone. Like, poof, worthless. Doesn't matter, doesn't mean anything. At the end of the day, I would not be making this game right now. Tomb of Versilius would not be in the state it's in right now if I hadn't created those dozens and dozens and dozens of other projects where I was practicing, learning skill sets, kind of honing in ideas and figuring out how and what I want to make. So yeah, definitely need to be creating, and eventually you will make your perfect game. I promise. Anyway, yeah, that was a long rant. I apologize. Steven Someone says, you telling me you've never heard of floppy disk? Not a real game dev, Moon Man. That's true. That's true. I gotta work on that. I need to get better at recognizing those kinds of games. FNAF was revolutionary in horror. Do you want to know something actually very sad? I've never actually played Five Nights at Freddy's. I have it, but I've never played it. Maybe we'll do that sometime. Maybe one of these streams will play Five Nights at Freddy's, and you can all enjoy watching someone who has never played it play it for the first time. Maybe that'll happen. Maybe. You know, super original content, Five Nights at Freddy's. Bulb Turtle says, but great message, positive regardless. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Definitely trying to be as positive as possible. Hopefully that did not come across as heavy-handed. I did not mean that to come across as heavy-handed. So if it did, I apologize. Yeah, definitely going for the make it and you'll get better as time goes on kind of thing. Here's a FNAF. We have hundreds of indie devs get into the scene. That is another good point. That's another good point. It was not just good for the creator to like create this, you know, grand thing that sold millions of copies and made him a multi-millionaire. It was great for other people because they saw what he was able to create and they're like, oh, I could probably do that too, and wanted to jump into the scene and try their own hand. Let's see. Same with Minecraft. The sheer impact Minecraft put on the game world is insane. Get rid of Minecraft, we lose Tycoon games, Hunger Games, incremental games, Roblox never would have existed. We would have never gotten PUBG, thus Fortnite. To a point. Well, because PUBG, that was a mod from, what was it? It was a different game for PUBG. So we'd still have PUBG and Fortnite. It may not look the same, but that is true. Yeah, you'll never know the impact you're gonna have on anything really until you actually put it out there. And it could be a good impact, could be a bad impact, could be a huge impact, small impact, and it could be a revolutionary, industry-changing impact, or it could be an individual revolutionary impact. And so long as there's that impact there, you know, that's what's gonna matter at the end of the day. You may not see it, but it's gonna be there. It's gonna be there. May even just be an impact on yourself. And that's what matters. You underestimate the power of understanding this timeline. Pretty sure Minecraft wasn't the big push for those genres. Yeah, I mean, I think I do have to agree with Devious Oatmeal there, Axel. I mean, it definitely was very big. And yes, the Minecraft Hunger Games. But here's the thing. Minecraft, when did Minecraft come out? 2011? Let's see. Minecraft release date. 2009. Okay, yeah, 2009. But I'm pretty sure. Now I feel like I need to look this up. So we've got player unknowns battlegrounds mod. what was it? Original. Oh my gosh. There we go. Freaking holy crap. Arma 3, that's what it was. So yeah, so Arma 3. Wow. That was 2013? I thought this was like 2005. Well, never mind. Never mind. But officially released in 2011. That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking, that it was like officially out in 2011. Well, yeah. And again, like the ripples that the industry will feel with different releases like that, like you'll never really, like it's impossible to track. Because it's like, you know, you may even have people that will start doing things based on what they saw somewhere else, that they aren't even like correlating the like, oh, I saw this thing over here and that's why I'm doing this. Yeah, you never really know. You never know. But yeah, there's definitely those types of releases that have the huge impact, but no one ever made them to be that kind of an impact. Like, I can 100% guarantee you, if you were to go back to 2005 or whenever Notch probably started his project for Minecraft, I bet if you were to go back and be like, hey, do you think this is going to make you a millionaire? He'd probably be like, no, like, absolutely. Like, I'm making a game about mining blocks. Like, no, absolutely not. Let alone making him a billionaire. Like, it's like no, like you would not even expect that in the slightest. But it's what happened. And so you never really know what is going to happen until you make it and put it out there. Yeah. Okay, we're going to get back into game dev for the last little bit of the stream, and we're going to get some stuff accomplished. I promise, it's going to happen. What was the bug we were going to fix? Crap. Now I don't remember what it was we were going to fix. Did anyone remember? I know it had something to do with the exit. Oh, that's right. It was the you leaving the room and supposedly not being able to click on the button again. I think we actually fixed that, because it's if player location is equal to starting exit room. Yes.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. You were gonna fix the bug of me not getting a free copy.
Well, I mean, technically, no one can get a free copy yet, because there's no copy to give. Free or otherwise. But maybe. Notch has a net worth of 1.4 billion. That just blows my mind. Like, I know that is like the exception, and not every, like, not even like every game creator is going to be something like that, but especially like indie dev, like that is just absolutely insane. But I'm just like, could you imagine just like you make something, it becomes crazy popular, and Microsoft is like, hey, we want to buy this from you. And it's just like, okay, like that's like mind blowing to me. Absolutely crazy stuff. Ooh, my speech has rendered me dry throated. Don't repeat that. There we go. Open it up. Cool beans. Now, okay, so but if we leave here, is it going to erase? Yeah, and then we can't click it. Perfect. We fixed it. Awesome. Happy day. So yeah, then you should just be able to walk through the dungeon still, find stuff. It's a good time.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. Also, back to your thing of never making a best first game, it is possible. Balatro was his first game.
Well, it was his first game that he ever released, but it was not his first project. Yeah, it definitely had other projects before that. So, you know, he didn't wake up one day and was just like, I'm gonna make Balatro, you know. You know, there were other projects he was working on, and stuff like that. So, I mean, it is crazy that the first game that he ever released was Balatro and that it did that well. Like that, I'm not denying that. That is absolutely crazy. But there definitely were other projects before that, and so you need to. Excuse me. You definitely need to be working on other projects though first to work out kinks, not only in just like your own development abilities and things like that, but also, you know, you're gonna need to refine your ideas. Like no idea is just gonna come hot off the press, ready to go. And so, you know, whether that's you're working on other projects, trying to figure out the nitty gritty and the fine details, or whatever it may be. But yeah, still absolutely nuts that that was his first game and it turned out the way that it did. Like, I will not. I don't want that to be misconstrued. I don't want people to think I'm, putting down the fact that it was his first like officially released game and had it like that. Because that is absolutely nuts. Anyway, I don't know why I'm wandering through I just every now and then when I like finish up with a bug, it's just like I don't know, I'm like just want to walk through, merge things. It's a good time. It's just like so satisfying to like merge all the dice together. Like your inventory starts getting filled up and you're just like, oh, I don't have much more space. And then you get that one dice you've been waiting for and you're like, oh, I'll merge this together, and it just feels so good. And you can clip that. All right. Okay, here we go. Well, that is the whole dungeon. Explored the whole thing. Cool. All right. Well, we've done a lot. I need to actually write down everything that we have done. So we've got one fail state. So let's see. Fail state 1. That is spawn a monster. Let's do what should we call it? Not like Yahtzee fail state. I guess we could just call it that. Yahtzee fail state. I think that should be, from a legal standpoint, that should be fine. It's just a task. It's nothing that crazy. So Yahtzee fail state. We got fail state 1. Then we have Yahtzee fail state 2, which is spawn trap. Then Yahtzee fail state 3, which is teleport player. Okay, yeah, so fail state 1 is done. Spawns the monster, go through the combat, it's all good to go. Make dice spawn randomly in the tomb, we haven't done that yet. Make fail states, we can just delete this one because we have the individual ones, so cool beans there. We've also got bug. What was it? It was teleport button wasn't disabled when leaving completed teleport room. Got that fixed. Okay. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Oh man, what do we got? Alpha knows that happened. No, his first project was a Blackjack game, but it eventually turned into Balatro. Oh, I didn't even know he worked on that. I like Notch's little games from the Ludum Dare Game Jam, Minicraft, Breaking the Tower, Prelude of Chambered. I have never heard of any of those. That's kind of fun that he does those. I think that's a lot of fun. Axel says, well, in not saying it's often, I'm just saying it happens. Oh, that is true. All right, that is actually true. It does happen. It's definitely possible, but the rarest of cases. But yes, he did make other games. From what I hear, the bones for what became Balatro was his very first project. True. But again, it's the bones. And so it's like, even if everything kind of like, culminates into the final project that would be your Minecraft, your Balatro, you still have to start though, right? Because again, it's like, yeah, you could sit in front of a whiteboard and you could write down ideas and you could, erase things that don't work and rework your ideas. But until you're actually making it and you're testing it and you're seeing what does and doesn't work, words on a whiteboard are going to give you nothing compared to what you could get by just spending some time building it out, not making it perfect, but like just building it out to the point where you're like, it's playable, you can do some stuff. And then you're like, okay, this worked, this one didn't work, rewrite this, do this over here, which, would basically be the equivalent of what he was doing before Balatro. It was like, he's working on the ideas, doing this, doing that, and getting to the point where it eventually became Balatro. So, yeah. It's spin-off game, collect the... Oh, yeah. Spin-off game, collect the dungeon, where the whole game is just finding the dice and combining them. Could do that. Could be the small little free-to-play version. A little demo. That could be a good time. There's no monsters, you're just going around collecting the dice. We're alive. We're good. Everything's good. Everything's fine. All right, let's see. What do we got here? 15 minutes. We could do spawn. We could do the teleport player. That would be probably pretty easy. Yeah. Let's do that. I'm going to put this one over here because we're not going to get to that. And then making the dice spawn randomly in the tomb, we're also not going to get to that. So put those back over there into the new state, but in progress. We can definitely make it so the player gets randomly teleported into the tomb somewhere if you fail. So down here, the fail state. Let's see, look dice, reroll dice, cancel, you lose. Random number between 1 and 2. Got spawn monster if you're equal to 1. And if you are equal to 2, we've got the spawn trap. We're going to switch these. We're going to put you there and you there. Teleport player if you're equal to 2. So what do we need to do? We need to actually release, cancel, you do all this. Okay, and then and then it does randomly between 1 and 2. Okay, so basically we just need to we need the dialogue stuff. We need the loop. All right, yeah, we need all that. Cool. Okay, teleport player, let's paste that in there. Awesome. You feel a pulling sensation. Feel a pulling sensation. You feel a pulling sensation, as if your entire body man. Ooh. As if your entire body were being sucked up into a cyclone. We're definitely gonna go back and rewrite this one. I can like think of what I want it to say, but I can't think of how to say it. Actually, I think I know exactly what I wanted to say. King's Quest 6 magic map. Let's see, would it be in here?
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. You feel your body being ripped apart, atom by atom, and then get recombined in a new location.
Maybe not quite that extreme. But yeah, something like that. So here's what I was originally thinking, but it's actually not I was remembering it differently. So for anyone that's ever played King's Quest, specifically King's Quest 6, when you use there's like a magic map that you can use to teleport to different parts of the map. And for some reason I was remembering the dialogue different, but yeah, it's you know, Alexander, which is the name of the main character, feels a strange pulling sensation, and then you teleport. For some reason, I was thinking that it was more than just that, but apparently that's all it was. So never mind. But anyway, that's kind of like what I'm thinking is something like that. But yeah, so something in that vein. You feel your body being ripped apart atom by atom, and then get recombined in a new location. Yeah, you feel a pulling sensation as if your entire body were being sucked into a cyclone. Ooh, actually, yeah, so something like that, and then So kind of going off of like what the end part that you said, and then recombine a new location. Sucked him into a cyclone. Everything goes dark. Then suddenly a new room comes into view. Yeah, something like that. All right, you were definitely onto something there, Axel. I do like the ending there. Yeah, definitely like pointing out the like, you know, you're moving to a different room, new location, as you said. Oh man. Now, okay. Control, if you're still here, I cannot remember if I responded to your last 2 messages or not. If I didn't, I apologize. I feel like I did, but I almost feel like I responded to someone who said something almost the same, but on Twitch. Nah, I don't remember. But yeah, good old Fart Hotel, that classic. A good old cult classic. Okay, so it does that, turns on show dialogue, then it does all of this stuff here. Oh yeah, no, just your past messages, that's all. I was feeling bad because I started reading through and then I was like, wait, did I actually respond? Now I couldn't remember. Axel says, I did write stories in the past. I can probably describe a scene of you eating a bagel and make it feel like it's actually happening. That's true, you probably could. Except for the fact that I don't like bagels, so if you could, I'd be like, I don't remember that happening. I don't think that happened. Okay, turn on show dialogue, choice selector, do. I've never actually played it, I just wanted to say Fart Hotel is a cult classic. That does sound pretty funny, I do like that. Alright, so then we got show dialogue, turn it off. The exit circle, small, shows that. We don't need to do that, because we're just going to a whole different room. Yeah. So I think what we can actually do is we'll do this. We'll say, so get rid of that, that. Spawn monster, draw cards, same thing here. Lock rerolls, we still want to set to 4. Exit door puzzle, turn off. Yes. Then we also want to basically utilize the initialization / move transition thing. Yeah.
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. It's a bit early, but us hour's fun fact involves bagels. If you were to eat a poppy seed bagel every day for a month, you would test positive for heroin.
I've got to start eating some poppy seed muffins. I mean, bagels. I knew that about poppy seed muffins, though. But I guess it's not necessarily the fact that it's a muffin or a bagel, it's the poppy seeds in / on it, so. Exactly, I promise, officer, it was just the bagels. Just the bagels, I swear. I wonder if anyone has ever accidentally, like, just been an absolute fan of poppy seed, like, muffins and bagels, and they just eat one every single morning, and then they go into work, and they have, like, a random drug test, and they're like, what the freak are you doing at home? And they're just like, I'm eating bagels. What are you talking about? Just poppy seed bagels. I also wonder if anyone has ever tried to use that as an excuse, because they tested positive for heroin, because, you know, and they're like, it's just bagels, I swear. Meanwhile, everyone's just like,
Axel_Benedict cheered 5 bits. I forget who did it, but a YouTuber tested it, because there was a person who lost their job for failing a drug test.
That's tragic. That is tragic. It's crazy though. Alright, so what do we need here? What do we need? So we need to turn off. Okay, so we got movement direction. So that's down and up. So I think all we need to do is we just need to say We need to turn on B for this event, and we need to set the movement direction. Player Y, player location. More animations turned off. Okay, so we basically just need all of this. We just put that over into here for the actual teleportation. Yes, it's all coming together. Right here, this is the... Oh, that's showing the exit text. So down here. You lose! Spawn monster. Teleport player. When you click the next button, what you need to do is, so new release, turn off show dialogue, reset the rerolls. Don't turn that off yet, because we need to turn off decor animations, and then we need to set the player's location. Balls. Actually, let me check this really quick. So this is how we're setting the player's location when you spawn in. So don't spawn things, set exit spawn, set player spawn. Basically, we just need to loop here and say player location 1 through 60 is 97 plus 100. So are you, okay, yeah. So basically, are you a room? You are, break the loop. Cool. We come over here, down here, on trap, teleport player. So rerolls, decor animations turn off, player location. We don't want to do that because we just want to do this. So we loop this, set the player's location. It just sets the player's location randomly between 1 and 60, and then so long as there is a room there, break the loop. Yeah. Cool. We also actually want to say, so long as the player's location, as long as the player is being teleported to a location that exists, and so long as it's not the exit.
_ Benedict cheered 5 bits. Well, let me tell you, people, it wasn't long at all before my dream came true, because the very next day, a local radio station had this contest to see who could correctly guess the number of molecules in Leonard Nimoy's But I was off by 3, but I still won the grand prize. That's right, a first-class one-way ticket to Albuquerque, Albuquerque.
Wondering when the next part was coming. Okay, as long as that is not equal to game variables dot value variable 36. Yeah, so basically you just want to say, hey, are you being teleported to a room? And are you being teleported to a room? No. That is not what we want. Not 97 plus that times whatever. We just want it to be that, so we can say 100. Player's location. Yes. As long as the player's location is not equal to the exit location, then break the loop. Cool. So yeah, so it's choosing a new room, and then it's checking to see, is this actually a room, and is this the and making sure, is this not the exit room? Basically, are you not in the same room that you currently were in before you got teleported? Okay, there we go. Now after that, I wonder, does player Y and X have anything to do with anything? Because down here you can see, it's changing the players Y and X and all that fun stuff. Does that have anything to do with anything anymore? 99 and 98. We come in here, and we start the game. New, yes. Variable 99 and 98. 4 and 0. Okay, yeah, the X and the Y are actually still needed. So, where are those being factored? Exploring the new room. Get the players X and Y. Yes. Had to keep you on your toes. You definitely had me on my toes, that's for sure. Okay, yeah, I think we just need to copy this here Get the players X and Y. Copy. Come down over here. Holy smokes, this is just... So set the player's location, and then here, that's the loop. Then we break out of the loop, and here, we loop again, set all the X and Y, break the loop again. Cool. Now the player's location, we need to minus that by 6. We don't need to change the Y. Movement direction, we're going to equal 1. And then we need to turn on the self switch. Yes. Let's come over here. Need to grab, find self switch. I can never remember this freaking thing. I'm just gonna keep doing what we need to do. Yeah. So I'm gonna say script. So we need to set value on map ID 9. Set B to true. Now, which event was it? Event number 1. Cool. So event 1, self switch B. Cool. So 9 is the tomb. 1 is the event. B to true. Don't turn on B here, and then just turn off exit door puzzle. Cool. Okay, there we go. And now, if we... let's see, what else do we need? Trace image 39. What the freak is that? Loop here. I don't know what that is, but that's fine. So for up here, though, we're going to say... Oh, we also need to... Are we turning off dialogue already? Dialogue off. Okay. So then up here for the random variable, we're just going to say 2 through 2, so we can just try the teleportation one and not get mixed up with the monster. Game. Go. Let's go test this. Room 2. Let's re-roll a handful of times. Okay, we've canceled. We've run out of re-rolls, then we cancel. You feel a pulling sensation as if your entire body were being sucked into a cyclone. Everything goes dark, then suddenly a new room comes into view. Next, should take us to a random spot in the dungeon. I don't know what happened there. Okay, so there's obviously something that we are missing that I don't know what it is. And here I was thinking this was gonna be the easiest one. Okay, so what all are we doing? Set player spawn. Okay, set exit spawn. Don't spawn things in the spawn room, the exit room. Set current room config to spawn room. Okay, well, we need to do that as well. Showing the layout. Okay, so we also need to show the layout. And then get player X and Y. Control said, I can assure you that was an excuse made many times. Probably. I know it's a plot line from Seinfeld. Elaine got fired for poppy seed muffins. Dark times. Dark times. Explore new room / adding to the quest. Oh, that's true. We need to do that as well. Well, no, that should be fine. Yeah, that'll be fine. Maybe it's something to do with... No, well... No, that should be fine. Set the door lock, expected combo, new room, spawn dungeon. So do we just need all of this here? So set current room config for spawn. Okay, so we definitely need that. Show layout. Current snake location equals 1. And then this is showing image, showing map. What is map? That's what I need to know. Pictures, map. Map. Okay, so this is, so it is revealing that. I don't think we need that though, because it's showing on the other one as well. And set current room config, that should be in this event as well. I think we should have everything from there. So if B turns on, new player icon, so it moves it to there. Delete player / monster hands. Picture easing. Well, that is not what I thought it was gonna. I was like, oh, this will be super easy. We literally just move the player to a thing, and then I kind of forgot about the X and the Y variables, because I was like, I know that we had the variable to track the player's location. But yeah, I had forgotten about the X and Y variables. That those needed to be calculated correctly, which apparently I am not doing, because that is not. Whoa, that is the complete opposite end of the dungeon that we need. Yeah. Whatever. 52. So what X and Y are we being put to? 9 and 10. That is not what we want. Not at all. So is the issue specifically with that? Just the X and the Y? Maybe. Spawn trap. Get player X and Y. So control variables. Set 372 to equal player's location. Let's say, for example, if the player is in room 20. Reach was 372 is now equal to 20. So we're going to say if 372 is greater than 6, I think that's the problem. I think we need to first come in here and say control variables. We need to set the player's X and Y position to be, so 98 through 99, 98 through 99, set it to 0. Because then here, we're not setting variables, we are adding and subtracting. Yeah. I think that might actually be what we needed. Maybe. I guess we'll see. Everyone cross your fingers. Cross your fingers, that is exactly what we needed. Here we go. Symbols, reroll, 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 and reroll. We do cancel, and then we do next. It should. Hey, there we go. That is what we want to see. Okay, well, look at that. Look at that. We all crossed our fingers, and that is what happens when we cross our fingers. Unless, of course, you've got Devious Oatmeal, who is now excited that we're in the back rooms. We don't want to be in the back rooms. We want to be in the front rooms. Then we come over here to examine the symbol again, and it's like, oh, we don't have the dice we need. Oh, keep re-rolling. Oh, no. And then you're like, well, we have no more dice, so cancel. And it's like, oh, no. And then we're like, whoop. Oh, I love it. I love it. There's just something so satisfying about something actually working, and you're just like, feels good, man. Feels good. Reroll again, and it's like, oh no, cancel, and it's like, whoop. You're like, oh no, I'm in this other part of the dungeon. And, oh, that is exactly what I wanted it to do. It just took a little bit to get to the point where it was doing what I wanted to do, but that is exactly like the whole, okay, I know you can't see it with the chat, so I'm gonna do this one more time. But like the whole, like what you see, like the player's location move as you like get teleported as well. I'm like, I wanted that to happen as well, and I was like, is that actually gonna happen? It does. So like it just teleports you to where you need to be. So re-roll, 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 cancel, and then it's like, boop. Okay, that wasn't as exciting because it was such a short teleportation, but anyway, we re-roll, 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 cancel. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Axel_Benedict Jade 5 bits. What's the criteria to get you to game dev in a maid dress?
A very, very large donation and or a lot of gifted subs. A lot. I would have to think of an actual number, but it would be a lot. So, you know. Anyway. Yeah, so you're watching here and it's all like whoop. So fun. So fun. Anyway. Yeah, that's it would be a lot. It'd be a lot, Axel. I mean, I'm not saying I don't have a price. I'm just saying that price would be high. Yeah. All right, cool. Well, it was again a little bit longer than I thought it was going to be to get that working, the teleporting of the player, but we got it working. It now teleports the player if you get it wrong. So we can come in here and we can do this. Actually, let's do this really quickly. I just realized I do not have the M dash. For anyone wondering, the M dash is the longer dash. So you got like the regular dash, and then you got the long dash, which is the M dash. I do not have an M dash in the font that I've created, so we're just gonna do a regular dash. Actually, we're just gonna give it 2 dashes. Everything goes dark, then suddenly a new room comes into view. Yeah. Anyway, cool. Well, and then we're also going to come up here and we're going to set a random number between where is it? There it is. 1 and 2. Now you'll never know. Could be a monster that spawns. Could be sending you across the dungeon. Who knows? Then eventually it'll also be the traps as well. And then anything else that we also add later on in life. That'll come at a later date though. So anyway, well, it is a little past my bedtime now. We're a little over, but it's been a blast. It's been a really good stream. I've had a lot of fun. I hope everybody else here has had a lot of fun as well. So for anyone new here, first of all, thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I appreciate any of the new follows, the subscriptions, and yeah, if you feel so inclined and if you would like to continue to watch this project develop as time goes on, make sure to follow and subscribe.
Benedict Jade 5 bits. Is there a chance it drops you back into the Pearl Room?
There is not, no. So I did make sure to add a check to where it checks to see if your current position is equal to the position that it is trying to send you to, then it won't. Shouldn't. Yeah. It shouldn't. Because basically, the check that it does is down here. So when it's setting the player's location, so yeah, spawn monster, that's the other one. So teleport player, set the player spawn. So yeah, so it sets the player's location to a new location. So it picks a random room, 1 through 60. First it checks to see, is that room actually a room? And the next thing it says, is your new location equal to variable 36, which is the spawn room, or not the spawn room, the teleporter room. Yeah, so it's basically, if it's the teleporter room, then do it again. So anyway, cool. Well, yeah, got a lot done tonight. Got a lot done this week. I know this is like 2 weeks worth of work, but got a decent amount done. So we're making our progress. We're getting there. We will eventually be out of the dungeon and into the town eventually, and it should be a great time. So anyway, well, like I was saying, anyone new here, if you feel so inclined to subscribe, to follow, to, you know, whatever floats your boat, whatever lends buoyancy to your nautical transport, I would appreciate it. And yeah, that, you know, only if you're interested. If you're not interested, it's totally fine. No worries at all. But would absolutely love to have you here. So
Axel_Benedict Jade 5 bits. 07 Moon Man.
Yeah. All right, everyone. Take care. Hope everyone has a fantastic rest of their week. I will see you all on the Sunday stream. Should be a good time. And we will continue with all this stuff, getting the rest of the dice actually spawning in the dungeon, getting the fail state, the second, I guess now the third fail state done. And at that point, I think we might be able to actually start work on the town. So it'd be a good time. All right. Well, until then, everyone, take care. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. We'll see you on Sunday. And until then, good luck and all that good stuff. You know the good stuff. All of it. Every single bit of it. You're getting there, Axel. You're getting there. All right, everyone. Take care. Good luck. We'll see you then. Goodbye.
_Benedict cheered 5 bits. He's gone. Quick, overthrow the government while he's not looking.